Alrighty, well, not evening, good afternoon, everybody. This is meteorologist Timmy Albertson here with you guys. We are tracking some severe weather across parts of the part across. Wow, just cannot talk. Let's try this again. Alrighty, good. Wow, that was a terrible start again. All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is meteorologist Timothy Albertson here with you guys. We are tracking some strong and severe thunderstorms across parts of the central U.S. This afternoon. We have a couple of Trento watches that extend their way all the way from the couple counties in Kansas, but mostly across southern Missouri, extreme southern Illinois, western Kentucky, and then we have a severe thunderstorm watch that encompasses parts of the Appalachian regions. We got four active tornado warnings right now. Excuse me, five active tornado warnings, though one of them is set to expire here pretty shortly. With that in mind, let's go ahead and take a little bit of a look at the radar. We're going to start with the Clarksville area this afternoon. Last Train to Clarksville. Great song by the Monkees. Anyways, so let's take a look here. We have this active tornado warning right now. Now, this storm doesn't appear to be much, but it does have a little bit of rotation with it. Again, it's right now, it's just kind of to the south of the city of Clarksville. For those of you wondering about the geography of this is kind of a little bit north of the Nashville area. There is a little bit of rotation here that we do see on the radar signature here. Again, this is our velocity radar over here. This is our reflectivity radar. You're looking at the same picture on both of these images. Just different type of radar scan depending upon, just different type of radar scan. So get your bearings straight with that. But let's take a look here. On the velocity radar imagery here, we do have a little bit of rotation that is evident here. Again, it is southeast of Clarksville. This is making its way to the north and to the east. And this tornado warning goes for another 17 minutes. Nothing confirmed right now, but the storm is moving to the northeast at around 15 to 20 miles an hour. We'll go ahead and put a little bit of a track on that rotation part here. And again, kind of making its way to the north and to the east. We'll go ahead and time it out for about 20 miles per hour. And that's going to be putting it around Excel here in about 15 minutes, Sango about 20 minutes, and maybe over towards Port Royal in about 40 minutes. Now, keep in mind that's pending the storm stays in the exact state that it's in, or continues on its same track here. But just to kind of give a little bit of a heads up there, it could be heading its way towards the Port Royal area. Again, for right now, this is just radar indicated, nothing on the ground at this time. We'll check back in with some of these other storms that are firing up now across parts of southern Missouri. Again, some of these will have the potential to become strong, if not even severe. We're going to move over to this tornado warning that we have near the St. Genevieve area here in Missouri. Now, this is part of kind of a line of storms, more or less, that is tracking its way south of the St. Louis area. I've been watching this for at least the past hour or so. At times, portions of it have tried to rotate a little bit. It is in an environment that is favorable for these, severe, for the, I guess, well, obviously for severe thunderstorms, but for rotating thunderstorms too. And we are seeing a little pocket here of rotation now that has just crossed the Mississippi River and is now going into parts of southern Illinois. So let's talk about that here for a minute. Now, with that in mind here, nothing confirmed with this. It is radar indicated. Now, passed its way over St. Genevieve just a little bit ago, where it did produce about 1.7 inch diameter hail. Again, some kind of large hail we're talking about. We actually have a 2.5 inch hail report just a little bit further up towards the north. And this is the area of rotation right here. Again, it is just to the north. It is just to the north here of Chester. Again, certainly has some rotation in it, especially at the lower levels, but right now it does not appear that there would be anything actively on the ground. We're going to flip over and just double check here to see if we have any debris signatures, and the answer for that, at least right now, is going to be no. But the storm is certainly rotating and will be something that we will have to obviously keep an eye on as we go through, as this storm might try to hold out into the Pinckneyville area. Aside from that, we also have ourselves another tornado warning, and this one's going to be all the way down in the extreme corner of Oklahoma, and this is going to be for the Miami and Commerce area here, way at the edge here of the, ironically, not even in the tornado watch, but we are actually expecting the possibility that there could be another tornado watch issue down around this area. We'll take a look at the weather map here in just a quick second, but let's take a look at the storm here really fast. Again, this is just to the south west here of Miami, not Florida, but Oklahoma, a little bit of a difference there, and around the Commerce area. You see, we have ourselves a little bit of rotation here down at the surface, and again, this is radar indicated. But interestingly, with this storm, you can see it's not quite as strong looking as some of the other ones. Not much of a hail with this portion of the storm here at the moment. Maybe about 1 inch size hail here in this pocket coming up on Commerce. But this storm is also tracking its way to the east northeast here and will continue to do so, eventually heading into parts of southwestern Missouri. We'll see here how things hold up as it maybe approaches the Joplin area. Of course, Joplin, no stranger to tornadic activity. So, one other thing too, I forgot to mention, we have a small little severe thunderstorm watch that includes Sedalia, Jefferson City, and parts of very very central Missouri. Again, some large hail could be possible with that. So, lastly, we got this guy all the way down here in North Carolina. Outside the Charlotte area. This is inside a severe thunderstorm watch. Let's take a look how our friends down in Charlotte are hanging out right now. And we got this kind of little blob here of a thunderstorm, I guess you could say it, but there is a little rotation with it. That did prompt that tornado warning. This warning will expire in about 28 minutes or so. We'll see what exactly becomes of this. The storm is kind of tracking its way down to the east here, more so probably to the east-southeast here. We'll go ahead and get that loop up there for you. You can see that rotation kind of made its way in here and right into that morning box, and we'll see if it tracks its way over towards Cherryville, and eventually we'll see if this section here is able to hold out as it approaches the Gastonia area of North Carolina. So kind of a little bit of an active weather setup right now this afternoon, and that's actually kind of what we're expecting as we make our way through the afternoon, is the potential here for seeing quite a few in the way of these scattered storms, some of which will probably become supercellular. And in just a quick moment here, I'm going to see if I can't pull up the latest weather map so we can take a little bit of a look here at what is going on. So let's start off here with our good friend, the latest weather map. I know a lot of information here for you. But basically, here's what we got going on at the surface. We have a frontal boundary all the way back out across the plains, a little area of low pressure kind of hanging along that. And then we have that frontal boundary kind of lifting across parts of the central Midwest, stalled out across parts of northern Ohio, and then advancing a little bit as a cold front across parts of western New York and heading into around the Syracuse and Rochester area. So what's going on down in here? Well, to do that, we're going to have to take a little bit of a look here at some upper level maps here. So just give me one quick second while I go ahead and get that ready for you all. Just a quick second here. Let's go ahead and we're going to move this graphic over so that you can see it really quickly. And then we will go back to our good friend, the radar. Let's take a look here at some upper level stuff here for you. So just a second here. There we go. All right. So we got basically this kind of upper level that's situated right over the this upper level for us. I'm pretty sure there's not some there, but again, they're probably going to be somewhat Pretty decent hail just out of the St. Louis area. Look, 6,000. So we'll move rapidly along here and it's a little in an environment good amount of today's activity. Let's go for that. See, on the intern here. Let's
Hello, I'm Nick Dolan, and I'm here with Timmy. We're talking about the storms that have been, um, basically across, like actually, like the actual southern part of Missouri, but actually in particular, actually east central Missouri. There's been a tornado that's been on the ground that was earlier down in the, in like the Sullivan Bourbon area, and it's moved now to the east. It's into Illinois now, and there's still a tornado warning. Uh, in particular on the eastern side of the Mississippi, actually in Illinois. Um, and the tornado like warning is still in effect um, as of right now, and expires in 15 minutes. Um, and in terms of what is possible, there's also actual 2-inch hail as possible, and then there's um, actual rotation that is indicated by the radar. Uh, and it's headed for Steelville, actually Illinois, into the you know actual area, like in there, and it's moving to the east at about 20. Actually, I would say, I would say like roughly like around like 20 to 25 miles an hour. It's moving east, um, and as well, there are severe thunderstorm warnings to the southwest. Um, and I can go ahead because what's up there isn't really helping understand what's going on. There we go. The radar's back up there. But yeah, so Timmy, can you hear me? So as we can see, there's the big focus today has been like the actual tornado that's been in Sullivan, and then it's moved east across the Mississippi into Illinois. Now it's headed for Steelville, east into the actual Pinckneyville area, as like the red here indicated on the radar, or like on like I mean actually I'm like that's technically like a map, but yeah. Um, Timmy here, he had his radar up, but then I also wanted to show you as well um, some of the storm reports that have been happening so far. There's been lots of hail reported with this actual tornado warn cell as well. Common, it's been roughly anywhere between 1 inch to as much as 2.75 inches here in Hillsboro, Missouri. Um, and so it's been hail that's been as big as golf ball size hail. This is in Herculaneum, Missouri, and then as it moved east into Illinois, 2.5 inch, so golf ball size to near tennis ball size hail. And if we go back to um, so yeah, this is the cell that we've been focusing on here. Now, it's moving still to the east. Um, and there's severe thunderstorm warnings in the yellow boxes around there. But you can tell as well, like we've been talking about, that the hail that's possible with it is, near actually tennis ball size hail. Especially, like I would imagine it's more in the middle of that cell that is basically northwest of the rotation, because currently the rotation is further southwest into Steelville, actually Missouri, or Steelville, Illinois. Sorry, I apologize, but yeah, this is moving, still to the east, and then there's cells that are on the southwestern flank of it, in the Farmington, Missouri area, moving to the east. Those are severe, I mean, like those cells are severe thunderstorm warnings as well, but they're, actually capable of winds that are as high as 60 miles an hour. As well, there's quarter size hail. So we got to look and we got to keep an eye on these cells down here to the southwest, as these cells could actually continue to strengthen, and there could be a tornado warrant cell out of one of those as it moves into Illinois. And back here, these boxes back here are flash flood actual warnings. There's been so much rain, that it's pretty bad. Timmy, you back on?
Yeah, I'm back on. Hey, sorry about that. I was wondering why you weren't responding to what I was saying. It turns out my internet had just kind of out a little bit there. I do wanted to. I'm not sure if when I did cut out, if we had gotten to it. There is an extension of the, or well, actually, technically a new Trello watch that is in effect. That is going to include here. Give me a quick second while I pull up my.
Yeah, go ahead and pull up your Radar Omega. I can't download it on my computer, unfortunately.
Oh, good. So we have the Trello watch that is now in effect. It includes Fayetteville, Russellville, Fort Smith, all the way down towards the Red River, and then parts of eastern Oklahoma. This is going to go until 10 o'clock or so this evening. And again, we're kind of expecting this watch to be here. We are seeing some storms now starting to fire up. We've been tracking one out around the extreme northeastern corner of Oklahoma near Miami and Commerce. That did not have anything confirmed with it, but again, it is a pretty decent looking storm. You can see kind of has a little bit of that hook feature there that is just out of the Quapaw area and east of Miami. We'll pull it up here on kind of the double box here view so that you're able to see where some of that rotation is. It's going to be right around this area. Not exactly the strongest surface rotation, but it is still enough nonetheless. We're also seeing additional storms firing up right now across parts of southwestern Missouri. A couple severe thunderstorm warnings with that, including this guy right here that we will keep an eye on. It is near Collins in the Humansville area, heading its way towards Wheatland. We'll see here if this thing is able to maybe pick up a little bit of extra rotation. We also, as you were talking about, and as we were talking about earlier, we still got that storm down around St. Genevieve area, kind of part of this weird you're kind of part of this, grouping of storms, this kind of QLCS type of line here. We got a pretty decent radar signature here. This is still a radar indicated tornado warning, but we do see here there is a good amount here of at least some low level rotation. We also have kind of that hook feature showing up just a little bit. Now, with that in mind here, if we flip over to the correlation coefficients, which again, uh, you know, uh, yeah, we'll try it again, which this will let us kind of see if there's any type of debris here. We'll explain the physics of that in a little bit. But right now, I don't see anything at this immediate moment. Maybe a little something there by Steelville, but that could just be return here. We'll see if this signature holds up another radar scan or so. But right now at the moment, Nick, it doesn't seem that there is anything on the ground, but that could easily change. And you up around this area, aren't you?
Yeah, so I'm actually north, but I actually lucked out because the tornado warning that went through Bourbon, so like this cell started in Bourbon and actually Sullivan, and then it moved to the east, and it's kind of been basically, like it's been just outside, I mean like our actual, because I mean like our main actual, our main actual metro area is just north of this region. So we lucked out because these are like
Yeah,
the
St.
low
Louis.
areas. Down here is kind of more in like the rural areas, and especially into Illinois, it's mainly like I would say like the majority of it is farmland. So down in these areas.
Yeah, and for those of you who don't, know your Illinois geography, there's the northern part of Illinois, which is where Chicago is, and Rockford. It's, the Illinois that most people think of. Then there's central Illinois, which has a couple of scattered cities: Springfield, Urbana, Bloomington, and Normal, Peoria. All that is central Illinois. It's still kind of like the Midwest. Got a lot of farmlands up that way. Not, obviously not as heavily populated as the Chicago area, but central Illinois sees, more of these kind of noticeable population centers. But the southern part of Illinois, I mean, honestly, you could argue it's almost basically like south, and its climate, it's very warm. In fact, it touches all the way down here. I mean, it even, it goes pretty far south. I think it might even hit the 36, 30, I think it drops like right down to like the 37th or something parallel down around here. So I mean, it is a pretty southern location, very hot, very humid. And yes, also very rural. I think Carbondale is probably one of the biggest towns. Same thing with Alton.
Yeah.
If you ever driven through this area, I mean, it's Illinois is a very long state, not very wide, but very long. Not as extreme as the country of Chile, obviously, but uh, because of that, it has a very weird, not a very weird, but a very unique climate kind of topography there. So, anyways, sorry, I just want to bring that up. But yeah,
Yeah, it looks like that one cell is still holding steam, and it's now in actually Steelville, Illinois. It's
yeah,
like the
I agree. Yeah, I'm actually putting it up in Pinkleyville here if it holds up here pretty soon. Uh, unfortunately, it looks like the low level radar coverage around here might not be the best. So it might maybe be underdoing a little bit of that surface rotation, but because it still has a pretty decent signature here.
And so what actual radar are you on currently? Are you on?
We're on Paducah's at the moment. We were on St. Louis's. I mean, they're really the only two options, and both are about equidistant. This is the St. Louis radar. Again, kind of shows a little bit of the same picture, maybe a little bit clearer, I think.
Yeah, I
But
think
you can see that signature, that's
radar.
pretty decent.
Yeah, I think like the St. Louis radar is better than the Paducah radar.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, Paducah is I think Paducah now is the only weather office that covers 4 states. I know Pittsburgh's office covered 4 states at one point, but they gave Garrett County back to the Baltimore office. But uh, but yeah, it covers Paducah covers it goes all, and actually they have two radars actually, that fall under the Paducah office. They got the Evansville one, and then obviously the Paducah one.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I mean, well, we were starting to see those quite a few severe thunderstorms firing up down around Kentucky too. Sorry, go ahead if you were going to add something. My voice is a little shot, so feel free to interject whenever you want. I just my voice is just not in the best shape right now, Nick.
As you were saying, also, actually, Timmy, back to the Southwest Missouri, there's quite a bit of cells that are starting to pop up. They kind of have a pulse nature to them. So it'll be interesting to see if they form like an actual QLCS. Like we'll see kind of like what they want to do. But currently, like we had like that one he was talking about that was in Miami, getting on the border of Missouri from Oklahoma, and it's a small little cell. I mean, it's like like it is, I would say somewhat impressive, but like it's still not, in my opinion, too impressive yet. But it'll be interesting to see if those pulse cells can form a actual like an actual QLCS here later. We'll see. Um,
Yeah, and those QLCS lines, they're a lot of times we talk about when we have a line of storms, it does kind of tend to diminish the strong tornado probability. However, QLCS lines, though, a little bit different than your regular squall line. Same family, but there's a few other shape differentials going on with a QLCS line. To put it simply, but uh, QLCS lines are notorious for producing, quite a few spin-up tornadoes, which are these tornadoes that develop really quickly. Typically, they tend not to be more than an EF2. Typically, I mean, there are exceptions, and in a weird situation, and sometimes you can get some long track ones, but it's weird when we talk about the QL. We like to talk about the big long track tornadoes tend to like to be by themselves a little bit. At least with the supercell thunderstorm. And that's kind of what we're seeing right now. But as Nick was saying, we're expecting that this will probably kind of maybe try to become somewhat of a line later on today, and that would kind of diminish some of that, long track or strong tornado probability. But it does increase the probability for spin-up tornadoes, which are actually a little bit more trickier to see. We call them spin-ups because sometimes they happen in between radar scans, and we don't really get a chance to see them. I mean, I know, Nick, that happened. That happened once where I'm from. We had a little EF1 tornado that happened. Literally, its entire life was right in between two radar scans, and we would have never have known had it not hit something. There was some damage, and they went out and determined it was a tornado, but it happened literally right in between. That's how short it was.
yeah.
Of course, this was back in back in 2010 or something. Uh, but it was, yeah. So that does happen sometimes with these QLCS lines. But I will say though, aside from that little tangent there, that rotation does appear, at least that it has been kind of holding on at least a little bit. Now, again, we might be looking a little far from the Tulsa radar here, but it does have a little bit of a couplet here. In fact, we also got a damage report, damage to a home just south of Miami. So this would have been the same storm. So it might have already tried to do something. Obviously, it's coming into the Joplin area, which is it's a decent sized city. It's about 50,000 people or so. It's kind of really the only city in that part of Missouri aside from Springfield. Um, like city. Um, so we should start to get a pretty visual. And Nick, I'm sure you remember the 2011 Joplin tornado, so
Yeah.
they're no stranger to it down there.
Yeah. They know. Yeah. Like they remember that whole situation was terrible.
Yeah. Now take a look at this. While we're on the topic, we got this storm. Continues to get a little bit more organized around Camdenton. Still for the tornado watch here. It does look like it has a little bit of rotation. It's currently being warned for an inch and a quarter, so about a $half size hail. And then we have this guy back here, about 2 inch size hail being is what it's warned for. But it too looks like it may be trying to organize a little bit more. So these might be a couple of storms that, this might be an area that could get pretty active here in just a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, I would say it looks like the tornado warning was dropped for the counties in Illinois.
Yes, I noticed that. But I still wouldn't put it past these storms to maybe try to spin up again. I mean,
Yeah,
as soon as we get
yeah, and I think once it maybe moves more into the rural areas of Illinois, like we were talking about, where there's, basically nothing, it may, spin back up.
well, but here's the thing, just looking at it, take a look
Yeah,
down around Carbondale. We got this kind of blob here of storms, and I'm curious. Let me put this in a loop here and see where they're tracking, because that could turn that portion of the storm. I'm trying to think here. We'll see how these two kind of move, but they get too close to each other. This could just turn into a blob of heavy rain right over, this rural area here. Good news for the crops.
yeah, and I think the one southwestern flank of that actual QLCS is kind of, there could be, like an actual cell that, actually has some rotation in it, but it looks like to me like as of now it's just staying more hail and wind is the main threat, obviously.
Yeah, as you were talking about earlier while I was frozen, quite a few hail reports already around this area. The biggest I've seen, tell me if I'm wrong though, but the biggest hail report I've seen so far is about 2 and 3/4 of an inch, so about 2.7 inches. Have
That
you
was
seen
in
anything higher than that?
Yeah, so it was 2.75 and actually and like that was in like actually Hillsboro, Missouri. So it was basically baseball size hail.
Yeah, that's a big hail.
But I haven't
That's right here is where he's talking about.
Yep, in the Hillsboro area.
So yeah, looking at this one near Steelville, I mean, again, it had that decent rotation signature, but it appears to kind of lost it a little bit. As it looks like it's getting some interference from this rain out ahead of it. We'll see maybe if this eventually re-clears back out. But I'm curious with this guy around Carbondale, if we can see this turn into a very heavy rain event, at least for a couple of these counties before things maybe try to reorganize again.
Yeah.
Oh, brand new tornado warning. Take a look at this. This is an observed tornado warning. Now we were talking about right before I cut out, if I remember correctly, Nick. Right before I cut out, we were talking about the Clarksville storm. They canceled the warning on that. They reissued it. Oh boy, look at that. That's on the ground. Wow, that happened fast. We were talking about it, and then we looked at a few other storms. We come back to it, and boom, look at that.
Yeah,
What do you think?
that's yeah, I'm like that's a pretty strong signature.
It's observed. Let's see if we can't see it. You still got me?
Yeah, did you freeze up again?
Yeah, I think I did. Let me try to get the there we go. Yeah, if I freeze up again, just put the radar up. Hopefully that should still work.
So yeah, as basically Timmy was talking about, this is a new tornado warning that's in the Clarksville area. And he has on the left side showing like debris that could be possible. And it looks like there is maybe some actual debris, up in that area. But this has been a really quick cell that's just popped up. And it's actually been observed on the ground, as Timmy was saying. So this is a dangerous situation for people in that area. You need to take cover.
You still hear me?
I can't hear you, Timmy, but I can see your rate.
Wait, then how did you answer my question?
Maybe I was talking about the same thing. I don't know.
If you could hear me. Sorry, I just wanted to put a track on this thing for you. You keep going. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just going to put a track on it so you could.
Oh no, you're good. Actually, you can go ahead and actually talk about the track there.
Alrighty, well, tracking this little guy here. So, last we heard that there was a Trento that was on the ground, and that was pretty much right over the Turnersville area. It looks like it is now to the just northeast of Turnersville, but this could be coming up on Springfield, depending upon exactly how this tracks. It'll be in the McKinney's area here in about 5 to 10 minutes, probably closer to 5 minutes, honestly. Mount Denston here in about 15 minutes, and going all the way maybe towards Ashburn in the next 20 minutes. We will also include the Springfield area probably here in that pretty soon. Now, we're taking a look at this here. We don't see much in the way of a debris signature. It doesn't mean that there's nothing that is still on the ground. In fact, we were looking at the storm earlier on. It didn't look, it's certainly not a high precipitation supercell, that's for sure. But it doesn't have to be in order to produce some, decent tornadoes. So this may actually not only be on the ground, but there could be a pretty clear view of it too. Because it doesn't appear that it would be rain wrapped. So the area that we're looking at is pretty much right about here again. This was over Turnersville just a little bit ago. To read the text here from the National Weather Service, they confirmed that Trento was located 7 miles northwest of Cooper, about 10 miles northwest of Springfield, moving northeast at about 30 miles an hour. So again, right pretty much here in this area. Again, as we're putting it here, coming up in Springfield here in just a few moments. Again, right now that appears to be the only active Trento on the ground that we have reports of. Not to say that there aren't any more. We'll keep an eye on this guy too up here around the Glasgow area, mainly just some hail with that storm. And we were also keeping an eye on this particular storm that is now included. They have now extended a Trento warning, Nick. Coming out of Oklahoma into areas just south of Joplin. Joplin is not in that new Trento warning, but here is that storm. Again, this is the area of rotation that we are watching. Radar indicated right now on both of these warnings, but this storm may have produced something a little bit ago around Miami, or it could have just been, some gusty winds or some straight line winds that we sometimes see around these southern ends of these supercells sometimes. But that would be the rotation right there. Again, just south of Peoria, Oklahoma, heading right across into Missouri. Right now, it's still kind of over rural areas. We may not get a whole lot of reports from it, Nick, but certainly still a storm that I think is well worth watching. As well as this guy up here, again, not Trento warned, does have a little bit of rotation in it, mainly a hail maker. I would imagine that based on this particular, what we're seeing with this storm structure here, let me flip up the VILs really quickly. Yeah, that's got a nice little hail core there just north of Wheatland. Probably going to stay just north of Wheatland and Hermitage, but still, I'd venture maybe at least, an inch and a half to upwards of 2-inch size hail could be within this storm, and that's some of the reports that we're getting.
Yeah, it seems like that one cell, like down there near, like the actual, so like down actually south of Joplin, it looks like it has actually strengthened actually quite a bit in the last 15 minutes even.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, and not only that, but I'm also curious about this storm right here down to its south.
Yeah.
So again, that's now again, some I don't know if we consider this like two LCS line or if we consider this two supercells very close to each other. But as long as those inflows are kind of kept open, um, these guys may be looking to produce some activity here. And uh, yeah, that's about all I have to say with that.
And it looks like the rotation is inside the rain shield, so it looks like it's rain wrap, doesn't it, Timmy?
Oh yeah. This would not be something that you can visually see very well. It looks like it'd probably be right about here. So
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely right. This one, there's a little notch down here. We'll keep an eye on that. That one might not be as rain wrapped, and then this down here probably isn't rain wrapped at the moment. So
Yeah.
we got one, two, and three areas of rotation. Uh, with this that certainly are going to be something we'll have to watch. We got the first one, which is right here, the second one, which is right here, the third one, which is right here. So we put that over here on this map. It's going to be this area, and then it's going to be this area, and then it's going to be this area right here. So fun times in that county, huh?
Yeah. And then so the tornado that's back actually in Tennessee, I guess it's still on the ground, I guess.
Yeah, we're getting a couple tornado reports. Yeah, from that again, it's coming right up on the Springfield area. Here we go. This is it right here on the radar. Little knots right here. Boy, this is a scraggly looking hook echo, isn't it? That is an interesting looking one. We've seen a couple of those this week. Second location estimated by radar, train spotter, and then we have another trainer report, same thing. So probably the same one. Let's see if we can't see it on our. Oh, that's the wrong radar. Let's see if we can't see it on the CCs here. Um, it's probably going to be it. Again, not the clearest shot here. But as mentioned, this probably will be coming up on Springfield here pretty shortly.
Yeah. That's one of the weirdest looking. I mean, I'm like, that hook is like a weird looking hook. It's like
it's almost a horseshoe at this point. Yeah, that is good. Well, that is kind of all over the place. But yeah, rotation right here. So see, let's go ahead and time this out again here. Again, it's still observed golf ball size hail in the northeast about 30 miles an hour. Let's go ahead here and time this out. And I do want to include Springfield, though it may end up tracking just like a mile or so north of Springfield. Putting it here, Mount Denson in about 10 minutes. Same thing about Springfield in about 10 minutes. So again, Springfield right now, and Mount Denson area, right where those two highway 431 meet and 431 and 41 meet. Wow, a lot of numbers there. Those two right on this junction, north of Springfield. Wow. Right here's that rotation again. This is still being an observed trend on the ground. It does appear that we at least had confirmation of it back when it was near Turnersville and even a little bit before that. So it's entirely possible this thing is still on the ground based on some of the scans that we're seeing. Generally over rural areas, but as mentioned, this will be coming right up here on the northern edge of Springfield, close to where 41 and 431 meet up here just outside of Mount Denson. Here's the next radar scan. I'll tell you what, it looks like it's still, at least on the reflectivities. Let's see what the velocities are going to show here on the newest radar scan. Yeah, it is it is a very interesting looking hook.
Yeah, it's like an actual hook. It actually looks like an actual hook.
Yeah, now it does. Now it doesn't look like a horseshoe anymore, but yeah, so it's coming right up there. Let me see a couple of things on my end here. I want to see if we have any. Nothing yet. nothing new on my end here with that storm.
Yeah.
Going back to let's see here. Sorry, I'm still here. I'm just reading some things on my end here.
Yeah.
It does appear
It's
that the other storm.
to
Sorry, go
see.
ahead. Go ahead.
It's actually hard to see like the actual reports, at least for me so far, because this is, like you said, it's in like a more actually less populated area, so the reports are not as like abundant.
Yeah, they're yeah, and that might be something that we're gonna have to deal with today. Uh, Depending upon where these things track. At least, interestingly, how that has been the past three tornado warnings we've talked about have been really over some kind of very rural areas. Uh, this one, not as much. This one near Springfield, um, but certainly the one south of Joplin, which is still radar indicated, though it does appear there may have been something with that one, or there may still be something with that one. But we're going to stick with this storm just here for a few moments because, like I said, this will be coming right up on Springfield. It's still observed. The general warning goes for another 12 minutes. My guess is places like Cedar Hill, Barren Plains, and obviously everybody uh, west of Turnersville, no longer, really where this thing is likely going to track. But Springfield and then going to Mount Denison, certainly still the path of this. And like I said, this will be coming right up here on Springfield in a matter of minutes. If even that long here. Last radar scan had it about 3 miles outside of Springfield. So my guess is this thing is probably there. It is. This is the next radar scan. So this is the area that we're watching right here. We're going to velocity up to update, see if we can't get a little bit of a view of it. But yeah, certainly coming right up on Springfield, and with the way this thing might track, I'd say Mount Denison too. Pretty much this whole corridor here between Mount Denison and Springfield. Actually, I think for simplicity, let's just call all of Springfield. With it again, this is an observed channel. We do not know how large. We don't know much details about it. Uh, but the last report that we had is that there was something on the ground. Uh, there was two tower reports that are coming in, at least through our end, one near Turnersville and then one closer towards the county line south of Stroudville. So it was on the ground. Does look like it might still be the case. Again, maybe not an overly strong one, but one still nonetheless that, again, is pretty much going to be coming up its way on the west side of Springfield here. And like I said, a matter of maybe a minute or so, even with this radar scan.
Yep. And actually, back on those cells that were in Missouri, Timmy, that you were talking about, like that you were interested in, that are severe thunderstorm warnings, they're starting to have a hook feature to them as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get more tornado warnings in Missouri.
And this is going to be Carbondale too. Right as you said that, I was moving over to check those two in Missouri. Brand new tornado warning too for areas just south of Carbondale. We got this nice little hook here. Not the strongest to feature, but certainly one that will have to be watched, which is a radar indicated rotation coming right up on Southern Illinois University, maybe just about smidge south of that. We'll see how this continues on here. Again, pretty decent looking storm. And I'll tell you what, that one near Pickneyville, the original one that we are watching, looks like it might be recovering a little bit from some of that interference. This thing might be coming to cycle up again. Yeah, let's go back to those ones that you were talking about in Missouri. Was there a particular one you wanted to talk about?
No, not really. But obviously like the one that's south of Joplin, but like the ones that were, kind of isolated, like those all are starting to have like a hook feature on like the southern part of them, if you can see them. And then, so I wouldn't be surprised if, there's a tornado warning issued for those cells eventually.
Yeah, I'm seeing this one near Arcola. And this one that the center being, or at least Cross Timbers, Wheatland, and Hermitage area. Right now, it looks like both of those are really starting to get some pretty defined hooks on them. Again, they're kind of by themselves right now. They have a good atmosphere to work with. Yeah, absolutely.
And the one, I guess, in Joplin, or like the one that's south of Joplin, is still, I guess, it's been observed by like radar, but
Oh, so that has been observed.
okay, yeah, it's been.
Hasn't?
Well, I'm just curious if it's actually been observed on the ground, yet.
Well, so that's what I was checking. Potentially, but I've seen two reports come through the Spotter network, but I haven't seen anything official yet. Both of those reports, one was near Seneca, one was near Wyandotte. So, which is funny because in Ohio we have a county called Wyandotte, and we don't have the T at the end. It's just Wyandotte, but
Yeah.
they spell it a little bit different there. But um, yeah, that like I said, there were two reports that came through Spotter Network, Nick, but I haven't seen anything that has come through the Weather Service, at least,
Yeah.
aside from that possible damage report near Miami.
Well, yeah, yeah, and I mean, like, we probably should get back to the one that's in Carbondale and then the one in Clark's,
Oh yeah,
because those are more urgent.
oh yeah, yeah. Let's take a look at how we're doing with Springfield. There's so many Springfields, by the way. There's Springfield, Tennessee, Springfield, Missouri, Springfield, Illinois. Oh yeah, that's still rotating there. The hook appears to kind of collapsed a little bit, but let's see it. I mean, since it's pretty much right over Springfield, we should maybe see it right there. I think that's it. That looks to be like that would be it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that may be it right there. Yeah, so that looks to be right on the north side of Springfield here. Again, pretty much right over Springfield. Honestly, it's going to be right in this area here. Is what I'm seeing here. Let's take a look here. It looks like Nick, it may have just gone on the north side here of Springfield. But we'll know here in a matter of moments. Brand new tornado warning now being issued. This is going to be a extension here of this tornado warning, and it is going to be. They're tagging it right now as radar indicated. Um, we have a little bit more of a picture of it here on. I believe this is going to be the Nashville radar. Let's loop it here a little bit. There's a better picture than the other one that we were getting here. I think the other one was out of Hopkinsville. Let's take a look here. Yeah, I mean, like I said, this thing might have gone right near Springfield. We're going to get a couple of damage reports here, I bet, in here in a moment or two. We should know pretty quickly. But the brand new tornado warning is going to go all the way up to the Kentucky border. This tornado warning here, I'm taking a look at the text here. It's going to be for Robertson County. This is going to go until 3:45, so this goes for about another 35 minutes. Tornado and tennis ball or golf ball size hail, excuse me. Possible with this tornado. Again, this new warning hazard is radar indicated. We'll see uh, if that continues to be the case, but we may have had something on the ground here, at least at one point before it made its way towards Springfield. Certainly a defined looking storm there on my end.
And I imagine the town of Springfield, Timmy, is pretty populated, as you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, I mean, just double check here. Springfield. Oh, that's, hold on, Springfield. Springfield. I mean, let's see here. It's got a population. It's about 16,000 people, uh, not including the rest of the county. Um, so yeah, I mean, we'll know here pretty quickly. Springfield, it's actually bigger than I thought it was. About 16,000 people, so that's a decent sized little town, or well, not little town. I guess it's a middle sized town. Um, yeah, we're gonna go here very quickly. Uh, if anything happens here, like I said, I mean, we were seeing it on the signature here. I mean, like I said, it looks pretty. It looks like I said it may, but again, we're not seeing anything on the debris at the moment. Or if we did, the sun's gone. Yeah, that track's pretty much right over Springfield, or at least on the north end of Springfield here.
Hmm.
So anyways, that's going to be putting it in Cross Plains here in about a half hour, potentially even less, to be honest. Uh, right now, it looks like it may stay north of Baggetsville. But Washington is closer towards the Cross Plains area and other areas here on Tennessee Highway 25. Kind of right up here, right near the Tennessee-Kentucky border here. Maybe that went over up over Springfield. A little bit uncertain. The signature doesn't look quite as pronounced as it did a little bit ago. We also have a brand new tornado warning. This is going to be radar indicated. This is going to be north of the Dover area here. Let's take a look at it. Little hook feature starting to show up on this thunderstorm. Let's pick up the velocities here. We'll take a little bit of a look at it. Again, we're still in Tennessee here, northern Tennessee, again, right up on the Kentucky border. We're looking now west of Springfield area for those trying to get their bearings straight here. Hey, Michael. And we have right here, this is the area of rotation that we're watching. Again, pretty rural area, but it could be coming up on Bumpus Mills and Big Rock here in just a few moments. Not the fastest moving storm, but still one nonetheless. We are also seeing radar indicated tornado warning now in effect. Also, again, this is around the Carbondale area. It's going to include Cartersville, does not include Marion at this time, but uh, just south here at Carbondale, there's that rotation that we're seeing. Again, this guy is also moving to the north east here at about 30 miles an hour. So we'll go ahead and put a quick little time track on that here. We're going to bring it up like that. And I'll bring it a bit more this direction. Here, we're going to move it about, let's give it a little bit of lead time here. It's going to be putting it in about Eden Park here in about 15 minutes or so. Again, that's the area of rotation that we're watching, but I will say that Marion, let's go ahead and here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if I can't drag this thing over to Marion. Let's just see how long it would take for it to get to Marion if it decided it wanted to track that way. Then we're putting it in Marion here in about 20, 25 minutes. Again, radar indicated right now with these, but certainly seeing some very decent signatures with this storm. Has a little bit of a hook that with it, or has a little bit of a hook with it. Again, could maybe try to cycle through here yet again.
Yep. And also, Timmy, that actual tornado warning that was south of Joplin has been actually reissued for further east areas until 4 p.m. It looks like it's still radar indicated.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it doesn't look as tight as it was earlier.
Yeah. But as we've been talking about, the big focus, like we've said, is in Tennessee and also in like the Carbondale area.
Yeah, without a doubt here. Going back to our Springfield one, the rotation does not appear to be as evident now as it was. It looks like it's gotten some interference, some rain's kind of gotten into that inflow notch there. I still have not seen anything on my end. Let's take a look. Yeah, I haven't gotten anything new on my end yet from this. But I'm going to keep an eye out here. Again, at least right now our reports say that there was a tornado that was on the ground as it was making its way towards Turnersville. We haven't got anything out of Springfield yet. But then you can see that it's kind of lost that signature a bit after it got past Springfield, as we're seeing this rain kind of interfering with it now. But a storm may still try to hold on. It is, other than that activity, it's still kind of by itself right now for a bit. Uh, Certainly, I'm curious to see if that thing will be able to cycle again. We also have a tornado warning north of Dover. Again, right now, still radar indicated a little bit better of an appearance. Again, coming up on Bumpus Mills area and maybe Big Rock about the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. And as you were talking about the two storms out near the Carbondale area, well, excuse me, the rotating part of the storm out near the Carbondale area. This is it right here. A new warning does not include Marion, but we'll see here if this signature continues. It could be very possible that this warning gets extended into Marion, Illinois, which is a little bit more of a somewhat of a population center. I'm not seeing anything at the moment, Nick, that would strike me as a debris signature. But again, this is a pretty rural area. It's not really any crops in the ground right now, so it may be a little difficult to see,
Yeah.
at least for right now.
And it seems like with the Carbondale one, it seems like there is like the hook that is a little bit more easier to actually pick out, so but it is tough to say exactly what's happening because a lot of these, like we've talked about, a lot of these tornadoes have been. Well, I mean, I know, like, well, I know, like, well, like, I know, like, well, well, I know, like, with like this one at least, this one's out front, but like the ones we were talking about earlier have been inside, like the actual cell, so it's been rain wrapped. So this one's kind of harder to know exactly what's happening. I mean, like, but I mean, it seems to me, at least from what I can see, that it's a pretty strong likelihood, like there is a actual tornado on the ground, in my opinion, but it's hard to say with confidence.
Yeah, and not only that, we're not getting any favors by also being, a bit far away from the radar in both situations.
But they just, yeah. So like
There
they
it
just
is.
issued a new warning there. So
It's observed.
yep, it
Steady
makes
State Marion. Yeah, it's observed now. They
it
Steve's got a
makes
warning.
it makes sense because I mean, it actually looks like a pretty good signature.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. It's just like no, I mean it's you're right here. It's coming right up on Marion, so uh, that's probably going to replace that tornado warning. Uh, Again, the have is observed. We don't see it here on the debris yet, but my guess here is that we might in just a little bit. So the area that we're watching right here, as Nick was saying, it does have a nice hook feature right here, and this is going to be probably right where it's at, uh, and that's going to be bringing it honestly right towards Marion. Let's go ahead and put a track on that again. Kind of a rural area, but Marion is a little bit more populated. Uh, but it's going to put in Marion in about 20 minutes. Spillerton maybe about 25 minutes at the moment. We're also keeping an eye on a couple of storms down in Missouri at the moment, but we'll stick with this one here for just a moment. In the meantime, while we're doing that, I do want to double check on that one near Springfield. Is now radar indicated, so it doesn't look like we have anything actively on the ground at the moment.
Yeah,
For the one near Springfield, Springfield, Tennessee, that is. There's a lot of Springfields around this area. The other one near Dover is also radar indicated. Again, still looking like it might track its way towards Bumpus Mills and that area there. It looks like for now, it'll stay just north of Dover. We'll keep an eye on that. That storm is starting to look a little bit better on the radar. And as for the Carbondale one, Paducah radar, I think, is going to be a little bit better of a scan. That's the one that we're on now. And yeah, we're on the Paducah radar. This is an observed tornado. We don't have much more details than that. But from what we see of the signature, I certainly believe that it's probably still on the ground here. Might not be the strongest. The velocity is not exactly through the roof on this thing, but doesn't have to be. That's a pretty decent hail signature. We're not hail signature, rotation signature. Wow, I just cannot. I just cannot talk today, Nick.
Yeah. Well,
I
you
just cannot.
also, yeah, and also, I mean, after driving and being in the car a lot too, as well, like on Monday. So
Yeah, and then I was on here last night for good 5, 6 hours. Yeah. And it's severe weather season. I enjoy it.
it seems like right now, like with the Carbondale one, it seems like, is that the only? Because I mean, the ones in Tennessee, like the one in Tennessee, is that still only radar indicated, or is it? It
Yeah,
was.
both, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, both of them are still radar indicated.
Okay.
The one in Dover and then the one in Springfield that was observed is now back to radar indicated. So I haven't seen anything coming out of Springfield, so it looks like it might have just lifted before it got to Springfield. Uh, but this is now the observed one that we have. We don't have any details on exactly. All right, so they're labeling this as a particularly dangerous situation. Uh, they have it as a large, confirmed, and extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground. And that's going to be coming up on Marion here, like I said, probably in the next less than 20 minutes now here.
And
It's difficult to see it on the debris signatures here, but again, pretty rural area might not be much for it to pick up. But again, the wording is this is a large and dangerous tornado, and this is a particularly dangerous situation. Not a tornado emergency yet, um, but uh, certainly a feature there.
yeah, and it also looks like it's only moving about 21 miles an hour, which is not very fast.
No,
It seems like this cell's not moving very fast, which is not good.
yeah, and well, we're looking at it. It's about 10 miles to the southwest of Marion. Right now, the way it looks to be tracking is going to be taking it right into Marion, Illinois. Uh, let's take a quick little look here. Um, let's see here. Marion's also about 16, almost 17,000 people. The county itself is about 67,000 people there. So again, this is kind of a little bit more of a populated area here of Southern Illinois. Um, I do see here one report that came through on the Spotter network here about 2 minutes ago, Nick, and so there's a tornado 3 miles southeast of Carbondale, so that's going to be right about here. So this is the same one that we have. Let's double check here. We can't maybe see. Let's see what this thing has done. We can get this thing to. Okay. Yeah, it's not the easiest to see here on the right there.
Yeah,
Might
it
be
is
in it.
also interesting now because there's the rain that's to the southwest of it too, as well. That's starting to get interesting because it's on like the actual front end of the tornado. There's rain that's starting to bubble up from the southwest.
Yeah, we'll see what that does here. That could make it a bit tricky for this trend to continue. Uh, that rain is going to interrupt the inflow here. So we got some low correlation correlations here, but that might just be some debris, perhaps, that was lofted up, or it could just be some returns. It's not part of the tornado itself here, but like I said, because it looks like we did see it. Yeah, like I said, a little tricky to tell. Um, but yeah, I'm thinking that that rain is probably going to start interfering with it here. And
Yeah,
rain's not coming off. It's through there. But at least this is still, like I said, observed trail. This is still a particularly dangerous situation trail warning here that they have with that. That being said, while we are taking a look at that, I just want to see if there's anything new with our Joplin Area 1. The Joplin 1 is kind of looking a little bit better now. Still radar indicated, but that looks like that area of rotation associated with that one is north of Neosho. Not very strong, but still somewhat there. Coming up in the Granby area here in just a few moments. We're also watching a few other storms across parts of Missouri. No tornado warnings on that at the moment. As for our Dover, Tennessee one, Hopkinsville radar showing has kind of lost some of that rotation. Nonetheless, it is a radar indicated still trail warning. And then for our one in that came out of Springfield, it's now making its way towards White House and Cross Plains. Still radar indicated rotation with that.
yeah. It seems like the one in Carbondale is actually supposed to be still in effect till 4 p.m. for like the tornado warning as well. So even though I mean, like this is like a very dangerous situation, like you said, because it's in more populated areas that are have like like some bigger cities. So anyone in in like the Marion and also Pittsburgh area, this is a dangerous situation.
Yeah, yeah, Pittsburgh without the H. Yeah, certainly keeping an eye on that. However, I will say it looks like these guys are starting to run into each other a little bit here. That can become a heavy rain
Yeah,
situation here pretty shortly. Well, obviously heavy rain, but kind of more of a flash flooding type of situation here also for areas just north of Marion up towards the Benton, Illinois area. On the way from that, let's take a look here at some others. Very interesting, a lot of these storms are firing up across western Kentucky also, showing some looks here, not a lot though in the way of low level rotation, but interesting to see that that atmosphere is still pretty good for that. There's also a lot of this activity here coming over Paris, Tennessee. A little bit of rotation here with this notch and this one back here. We'll see what these two guys do, but no active warnings on those at the moment. And then, of course, we have our friend here just north of Dover. A little bit of rotation there, still radar indicated, but that does have a little bit of a hook. We'll have to keep an eye on that guy. That warning is still in effect for another 30 minutes. We'll see here if that gets extended potentially. But really, kind of our main one at the moment is this guy coming up on Marionville. Sorry, not Marion, sorry, Marion, Illinois. Wow. Uh, Again, at one point did have an observed trend with it. The signature not as clear now. May have dissipated a little bit, but still, that is a particularly dangerous situation for Maryland. As that rotation will be pretty much, as that rotation will be coming pretty much right over them here in just a matter of minutes.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it actually looks like the rain has actually kind of actually messed with like the rotation maybe a little bit.
Oh yeah,
Um,
yeah,
but
I
even so,
agree.
that it is, I mean, like, I'm like, I'm like, it isn't anything to actually sneeze at, so it is still very dangerous.
Yeah, I've seen a couple about 1 inch size hail reports also up around the Marion area right now. Um, so still certainly has some energy with it still. But yeah, as Nick was saying, you know, we're looking at this rain here. So this is where the rotation was. We're looking at this rain that has kind of developed just down to the south and has kind of moved its way up to the storm and interfered with the inflow that was helping that tornado there. And so that has kind of led to a little bit of a drop here, at least on the radar signatures. Again, this is still being labeled as an observed tornado, so we'll assume that it's still on the ground, but it is not as defined as it was, a few moments ago. You can see how quickly those showers sprung up and then immediately interfered with the rotation here of the storm, which is about right there right now.
And have you gotten any actual new reports? I'm trying to see if I can find any reports.
No, I haven't. I've been looking, and I haven't seen anything yet. We'll step away from this for just a quick moment. I do want to bring an update here on this guy. Uh, This is northwest of Springfield, Missouri. Pretty good hook on this. We were looking at this, you and I, a few moments ago, and I've been kind of following this on. I've been following this myself here pretty closely. Pretty decent hook here on this storm. Severe thunderstorm warning right now. That rotation very faint, but it is somewhat there. The severe thunderstorm warning does come with the possibility of a tornado. We'll see here if it ends up getting upgraded to a tornado warning right now. It's going to be bringing it on the north side here of Dadeville. We'll keep an eye as it approaches the Aldrich and Stockton Lake area. But at the moment, no tornado warning on this storm, but it does have the signature that, it's been holding out. It's in a pretty good environment by itself. Doesn't have much to interfere with it. This storm could intensify a little bit more. We also have this guy all the way up here. Again, this is mainly a hail producer. It did have a little bit of some rotation. It looks like there may have been a little bit of interference with the outflow from some of this activity back here, but we'll see how much that actually interferes with the storm. Same thing with this guy near St. Robert, also kind of producing about 2-inch size hail, possibly right over Crocker right now and around the St. Robert area. We are looking in parts of Missouri at this moment, St. Louis area, or not St. Louis, excuse me, central Missouri area. Nothing ongoing in St. Louis are not included in that watch right now. Some areas to the south, though, including southern Illinois, are included in that watch. We are tracking what was at one point at least a tornado on the ground. The signature is not quite as visible right now. Doesn't mean that it's not still on the ground, but it's pretty much coming right up over Marion. And I will say it does look a little bit better now here. On this particular radar image, it's right over the Marion VA Medical Center. And again, this is going to be pretty much now right over Marion, still being labeled as a particularly dangerous situation with an observed tornado coming up here on the town of Marion. And yes, as you mentioned earlier, too, yeah, Pittsburgh, you're going to be next up for this, maybe just slightly south of Pittsburgh, but regardless, you're right at the edge of that warning, and we'll see how this rotation acts here as it makes its way here now over the town of Marion. Again, I don't see anything on the debris signatures. It doesn't mean that there isn't anything there. There's a little bit of a notch there again, pretty much right over the VA Medical Center. It's going to be passing right over Marion, especially on the south side. We got a new radar scan. We've really kind of lost that hook feature on the radar as this rain has interfered with it, but we'll wait here to see what the latest velocity has for it. This thing is still going. But the latest radar, though, is showing that hook has really kind of disappeared.
Yeah, and also Timmy as well. I know. Well, like the actual one cell that was actually like I know like there's 3 cells that are actually like in like the actual Kentucky area, and one of them was in Dover. That one is moving now, going to be moving north of Clarksville soon as well. It's starting to develop. I mean, like I know like it has like a. I mean, like I'm like the hook on it is there, but it's still it's still radar indicated. It looks like to me, but
yeah, there's also a brand new tornado warning that's in effect, and that includes Paris, Tennessee. We were looking at that storm a little bit ago. It's really hard to indicate at this moment, but it is Paris, Tennessee, right up near the Kentucky border, west of Dover. They've also issued a tornado warning on the Kentucky side, and this is going to be, again, what you were just talking about north of Clarksville, for that same storm near Dover. Yeah, sorry about that. That's what you were
Yeah,
saying.
and well, yeah, and also there's going to be some possible golf ball size hail, with it. So it seems a lot of these cells we've been talking about today, Timmy, have had massive hail. Hail that's either golf ball or even in some cases tennis ball.
Oh yeah. Well, Chris and I were talking about that yesterday. It seems like this season, every event that we have had has come with a decent amount of hail, large hail, not
Yeah,
just 1 and 2 inches, but 3 and 4. We had some 4 inch hail yesterday in northern Indiana and parts of that we were looking at in Michigan. So it would just go figure that today's is also coming with some pretty large hail.
and it's interesting because it seems like a lot of the cells that we're talking about in like the Kentucky and also southern Illinois into Indiana are really like it's kind of looks like a popcorn look, but it's also becoming more kind of they're starting to have some organization. So it'll be interesting to see in the afternoon here more as we actually progress how it's going to form because there's a lot of different cells. There's a lot of energy there happening.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. No, I agree. And it's So let's take a look at some of these storms down here. They have extended that tornado warning for the storm coming out of Springfield, and that's going to include Portland, Tennessee, New Deal, Walnut Grove. Still seeing that hook feature there. At the moment, does not appear to be a lot of storm rotation, at least at the immediate surface, but we'll keep an eye on that. That storm does at least have a history of producing at least one tornado in its lifetime. We did get a tornado report finally coming out near the Marion area, actually more so towards Carbondale. Oh, this was the report that we had gotten earlier for this guy right here. Video showed a tornado southeast of Carbondale, approximating the location, but uh, that was from a bit ago. Again, that's for this storm now that is passing its way now through Marion. Really looks like that rotation has kind of fallen down a little bit. Still being tagged as an observed tornado, though. A particularly dangerous situation is what it's being labeled as for uh, Marion right now, but it looks like that rotation is already.
And there's a new tornado warning there. Like yeah, like that's actually south. Actually of that area. That's
Yeah.
a brand new, and it is actually radar indicated again. But even so, I'm like, there's a lot of new cells that are starting to become, actually tornado warned.
Oh, absolutely. And my guess is we'll probably see a couple in Missouri here pretty shortly.
Yeah,
And some of those are really looking good. The one coming up on Aldrich and Fairplay, it's right over Dadeville. Boy, that one's looking pretty good too here. We don't have it up at the moment on the radar, but we'll keep an eye on it. We'll see what this guy is going to try doing. It's a very good looking storm. But yes, this is the brand new tornado warning that Nick was talking about. It's lasting about 35 minutes. It's radar indicated rotation. There's your hook feature. We'll see how this storm behaves. Uh, Right now, nothing really to interfere with it. I would imagine the storm might try to intensify just a little bit more. And then we'll really have to keep an eye on what it's going to do. We also got this guy down here. No warnings on it yet. It's certainly worth watching, given the environment that it is in at this time. Uh, that tornado warning for Paris is still ongoing. A little bit of indication there, radar indicated tornado warning, and then we have the radar indicated tornado warning that is now coming up on Lafayette, Kentucky, for that storm moving out of the Dover, Tennessee region. Let's take a look at this guy here. I do want to go back over to Missouri here. There's a brand new tornado warning right as I do it.
yep.
So here we go. This is the one I was just talking about near Aldrich and Fairplay here. Pretty good looking supercell, actually. It's got little hoop feature right there. This is going to be radar indicated right now, but this storm has really kind of held itself together. And we'll see what this guy is going to do here as it makes its way towards Aldrich here in just a few moments. Let's take a look here. I want to double check what its forward speed is, about 35 miles an hour. We're going to go ahead and just kind of drag this like such and take a look at some times here. And we're going to be seeing it coming right up here on Aldrich in about 10 to 15 minutes. Boulevard about 25 minutes, and then Cedar Vista about 25 minutes, and then maybe places beyond that here in the next 30 minutes, such as Van and Burns. Yeah, very interesting storm here. It looks very impressive on the reflectivities. Not so much on the velocity at the moment. Doesn't mean to say that this guy still can't do anything here. I think no debris signature at the moment, but absolutely, this storm looks like it is continuing to get itself decently organized here. It looks pretty decent, and yeah, we'll see what this guy's going to do here in a few moments. I would imagine this thing might try to intensify a little bit more.
No, yeah, for sure. I agree, Timmy. Yeah, I think that even the cell that's to the northeast of it, in the actual Camden area, actually has a little hook as well. So,
Yeah.
new actual, I'm like a new warning on that cell as well. So.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. If you want to talk about that guy here, let's take a little bit of a look at it. It's this guy right up here that Nick was talking about. Camden City area. A little far from the radar, but this is the rotation right here. Does appear there is some, and this is going to be coming right up on Camden. It has this little hook feature right here. Again, you can see that it has this little appendage coming out of the main storm. That's where the rotation is kind of pulling some of this rain back down, gives it that hook feature on the radar. This is Camdenton, which again is going to be getting a bit closer to that rotation. No trigger warning on it right now. It does have the possibility, though, for some golf ball size hail. I have not seen it. Believe it or not, I have not gotten any reports anywhere near this storm.
Huh. And also, Timmy, that cell that is south of Joplin, it's starting to become stronger. I think they're starting to become a more actual pronounced actual hook with it, and it looks like it's starting to gain some speed there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be right over the Granby area. Good catch there on that one. Yeah, you're right. Actually, past few radar scans, it has started to look a little better. It's got this little hook coming out of it. This is Granby here, so it's pretty much going to be right over Granby. The trigger warning is still in effect for another 15 minutes. We'll see what comes of that. There's all this coming out of the Springfield office. I don't see anything here on the debris signature, but again, kind of probably a rural area at the moment, and we'll see absolutely a little bit of a tightening up here. Looks like it's getting itself a little bit better organized now. Yeah, we'll keep a good eye on this. We got one, two. We've got two active tornado warnings. We have a third storm that we're kind of keeping a bit of an eye on. No tornado warning with it yet, but it does have at least a little bit of some rotation with it. Overall, things kind of getting a bit active now across parts of Missouri. To be expected here, but again, this is a good-looking storm here. Based on what we've seen today, I would imagine this thing would probably try to intensify a bit more.
It looks like the one in Marion is still going, I guess.
Oh yeah, how's it doing? We also got a new tornado warning down there too, near Eddyville. Let's take a look here really quickly. We are getting quite a few hail reports coming out of the Marion area. Most that hail about a half inch to an inch. It does appear that a new hook is trying to develop just south of Pittsfield on that storm. Let's go ahead, while we're going to talk about it, let's just go ahead and take a look at it. We're going to go back over here to Marion, Illinois. We also have a brand new tornado warning. Again, that's going to be for the Eddyville area. Nice little storm here with a little bit of rotation that's trying to fire up. So This is the storm again. It's passed its way over Marion now. It looks like it's starting to get a new area of rotation developing southeast of Marion. Again, this is also going to track to the east northeast here. However, unfortunately for this storm, there is some rain just down to its south that could interfere a little bit with it. We'll see how this guy responds, though, over the next few radar scans. Ahead of that, though, as this is about to exit the actual tornado warning, we are left with a severe thunderstorm warning that is now going to encompass Harrisburg, Pittsburgh, and other places getting close to Galatia. And that has the potential of producing up to about 1 inch size hail, some gusty winds, and maybe, again, the possibility of that tornado there. So we'll see if that, we'll see if the sky is able to get itself reorganized here. But we'll definitely keep an eye on that as well.
And it looks like, yeah, there's new, there's a lot of, I mean, like the warnings down in Tennessee are also still, actually alive pretty well.
Yeah, this is one severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued, and this is we're looking here kind of in western Kentucky near the Henderson area. Right now, this is mainly being warned for half-dollar sized hail with the possibility of a tornado. It does look like it does have a little bit of rotation here, which we kind of would expect in this environment and with these type of storms. We'll see if this rotation maybe tries to get itself a little better organized. We'll see what the storm tries doing. However, again, unfortunately for that storm, there is some other activity not too far away that could eventually begin to interfere with it. Yeah, overall, again, is there one down there? We also got this little guy here in Indiana. One out near Bedford. Nothing severe with that at this moment, but might try to produce at least a little bit of hail. I think this might be a little bit outside of the severe area that we're expecting today, but we'll see exactly what becomes of that. We've had no shortage of storms lately. Here we go. So let's take a look at this guy. This is going to be for the Clarksville area. They're yet under another tornado warning. Here is this storm right there. This was the one that we were watching a little bit ago as it was over the Dover region. This storm does have a little bit of rotation with it, and it's going to be located right here. Not only that, but it has some large hail with it, upwards of about 2-inch size hail. We'll keep an eye on this guy too, right up to the north of it, west of Hopkinsville. We'll see what that storm tries to do. But yeah, we got this storm looks pretty decent. This guy down here looks pretty decent. Unfortunately, these two might try to run into each other. But yeah, for Clarksville, it looks like for them that the activity is still not done yet at this time.
Yeah, I think, Timmy, you're right. I think the one, cell is going to merge with it, so that may affect the tornado a little bit, but we'll see because there's, so many different cells that are in that area. There's one, to the west and then to the, east. So, it's, a very, it's a very busy situation.
Yes, it is. It's a very busy situation. A lot of storms going on. A lot of warnings to keep track of here. The warning for Marion has been allowed to expire, though I will say that there is still signs of that storm rotating now. It has moved a little bit, though. The rotation has redeveloped itself south of the Pittsburgh area. This might try to track towards Harrisburg. We'll see exactly how that behaves, though, as again, there is some precipitation just down to its south that could also try to interfere with it. There is also some rotation here way south of Carbondale. The storm not warned. We'll see what becomes of it. But the nearest tornado warning, and at least the only one in Illinois right now, is this guy that's coming out of Eddyville, tracking its way south of Eddyville, and making its way maybe eventually towards Elizabethtown. We'll see what that guy decides it wants to do. 1, 2, 3, 4 tornadic storms. Let's take a look at our guy down around the Bolivar area. This is what we were talking about a few moments ago when we moved away from it so we could take a look at a couple of others. This is in the latest radar scan. Now it has a warning. Go figure. It doesn't look quite as impressive here on the reflectivity. It's like it's lost some stuff there, but that could just be maybe a bad radar scan. We're going to get our rotation a little bit faint here at the moment, but coming right up on the Aldrich area. Again, this is just radar indicated. Nothing has been observed on the ground, but we'll keep an eye and see how this
Yeah.
guy.
And I think that the cell that's headed for Monette, Missouri, that
Yeah,
is actually still, I mean, like, it seems like, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I know, like, it's tough to say because I mean, like, these are all in areas that are less populated, but it looks like it has tightened up a little bit, and it is still starting to strengthen, in my opinion, as it moves toward, like the Monette area.
yeah, yeah. It's yeah, I agree with that. I mean, that whole area is pretty active. We've seen quite a few of them here. And here's our guy down around no, now it's the Granby. It looks like it just passed just south of Granby. Here's that rotation again. Nothing confirmed at the moment. Still seeing a little bit of that hook though. Velocities have picked up a little bit with the storm. My guess is this warning will probably be extended to include, as you mentioned, Monette and maybe Clear City.
And it looks like the one tornado warning, Timmy, that was the one that's in like the Eddyville area, and actually now it's east, is the only one that's in Illinois currently. But I mean, to me, it looks like it may be, it's actually starting to form again. I don't know what it's going to do, but, I mean, obviously exactly, but it looks like it still has a pronounced hook that is, there. So.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It does have a pronounced hook. This thing might try to drift a little bit. It looks like it'll stay north of Rosiclare, but again, kind of a ruralish area. Um, yeah, it does have a little bit of its hook. The velocity is still kind of showing some stuff. Um, but yeah, and then of course there's the one a little bit further to the northwest, uh, also now southwest of Pittsburgh. This is not a warned storm. This is actually behind the one that we were just talking about. Uh, that one has a little bit of a hook to it. Rotation does not appear overly strong on the low levels, but we'll see what that storm does just given its environment.
And have you had any reports, Timmy, on like your, like at all, like report wise?
Yeah, we had a few coming out of Miami, Oklahoma, earlier on. Some damage, yeah, some roof damage and some trees down uh, around Miami, Oklahoma. That's from this guy, actually,
Yeah.
back when it was there. Other than that, a few hail reports. Have not seen anything from as far as the Illinois storms are concerned. I have not seen anything from that, nor have I seen anything come through the old message board from the Springfield area, the storm that we were looking at earlier too. But I will say though that it does appear that things are really getting very active across northern Tennessee and southwestern Kentucky right now. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings for 3 different storms. We got some rotation here with this storm. We'll see if that increases. This might actually begin to impact though this storm north of Clarksville. Yeah, no warning on this storm either, but it does show some signs that it might be rotating a little bit. Wouldn't be surprised if this also came under a warning. And then we have our guy that is making its way out of Paris. And I'll tell you what, over the past couple of radar scans, this guy is starting to look pretty organized. Out ahead of that storm now, including Cumberland City, is a severe thunderstorm warning in anticipation of that storm once it leaves its snow warning. But we'll see maybe if this whole thing gets re-upgraded based on some of these new radar scans here. But really, in the past half hour, we've seen quite the eruption of thunderstorms. going all the way as far down as Central Tennessee. We do actually now have a brand new tornado warning for that storm. This is near the Cadiz area. We're looking north of all the activity in Clarksville, and now we're into Kentucky territory here. But this is near the Lakes National Recreation Area. We got a little notch right here. This is radar indicator rotation. Again, here's that storm. There's a little bit there of that hook. Nothing reported brand new tornado warning. That's in effect for another about 48 minutes or so. Tracking this storm, even though albeit it is probably not the fastest moving, we'll go ahead and kind of take it towards Cadence here. We'll move it about 30 miles an hour or so. That's going to be putting it in Cadence in about 20 minutes. Potentially, maybe within about 20 minutes or so. So we'll see how this storm responds. Now, this guy might have some favor going with it because it's a little bit. There really isn't anything immediately coming up on this storm, so its inflow may be able to stay free for a little while, which again could allow this thing to develop even further. Clearly, the atmosphere is conducive for it. Brand new tornado warning that is going to be in effect across southern Illinois. This is for the Goreville area. This is for another storm in the south of Marion. I mentioned this guy a few moments ago. Kind of a little surprise tornado warning that is in effect for it. The moment does not appear anything is imminent. It's radar indicated, but it does go for the next 30 minutes, and it includes the town of Goreville, the location being just west of Goreville at this time. And another tornado warning near Eddyville has been allowed to expire. It does not appear they have put any new warning in replacement for that. Tornado warning over in Bolivar is still in effect.
And it actually got extended into Monette.
Yes. And just saw that both of these, we still got our one tornado warning up here coming up on Bolivar, and then we have this guy coming up on Monette.
Yeah, it seems like the cell has actually increased in strength. Because at one point we were kind of losing interest with it as it was south of Joplin, but now it's starting to gain some steam here.
Storms always interest me. I do actually also, before we give a damage report, some tree limbs snapped and maybe a power pole down. Coming out of the Granby area. That's the only report I've gotten now from that particular storm. Nothing reported yet from the Bolivar storm. Man, that just does not look as defined as it did a little bit ago for some reason.
Yeah, it started.
Yeah, we also have a brand new tornado warning, and this is going to be down near the Centerville, Tennessee area. Let's take a look at this guy here. This storm has a history of producing some decent hail with it, so we know it has some rotation with it. But if we take a little bit of a look here at the we don't have a good radar scan of this guy, do we? Let's see if
maybe if you could, because I don't know if you're still on like I would say go like to the Nashville radar. If you're on the Nashville radar, are you on?
Well, I think what we were just on was the Nashville radar, and it doesn't give us the best scan.
Yeah, it's unfortunately in like a dead zone.
Here's the best scan we can get from it. And it's right there. So this warning does not include Centerville, but it does include Lobbleville, Linden too, but it may stay just north of Linden. But again, here's that rotation that we're watching. That'll be tracking its way to the north and to the east there. So again, that's going to be putting it over, what is this, Highway 13 in just a little bit. Beardstown, maybe Chestnut Grove, Pleasantville. Keep an eye there at this area of rotation here, because again, that does kind of pronounce the rotation for as far away from the radar site as that storm is. Large hail, 3-inch size around the Clarksville area is what the warning has it for their storms up there. Let's go back up here towards the Clarksville, Hopkinsville area. Again, just rotation with that storm as it's making its way now out of Paris. It's almost about to exit the tornado warning itself, so we'll see what comes of that. A little bit of a notch here with this storm that is just now barely to the southwest of Clarksville. Watching that rotation right here, and we'll see what this guy tries to do here. Again, no warning on that, but it is certainly rotating.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that they need to put a warning south of Clarksville. There is some rotation.
Oh yeah, there's a little bit of rotation with it, but it's interesting is that's not the only one that I'm seeing rotation with. It's not just that one, but also the one that's over that's over Clarksville, and also the one back in Cadiz, which doesn't appear to have as much rotation as it did, but still showing some decent rotation signatures. Going back to that storm in Paris, it looks pretty decent on the reflectivities, not so much on the velocity. I'm curious if they will extend that trend warning out just based on how this guy looks. I think it's just radar indicator rotation. We haven't gotten any reports of really anything.
Yeah. And going back to the tornado warnings in Missouri, the one in like the one in like the Bolivar area, I think is going to probably. Well, I mean, it's tough to say, but it doesn't look crazy impressive. And then the one that's in the Monette area, that one's it's still going, but it's going to be interesting to see because it seems like it's losing maybe a little strength. I don't know. Who knows? It actually may just be like a bad actual radar scan, as you've said before. But
yeah, I mean, a lot of these storms are not the best, radar coverage, but still, it could be worse. But I'll tell you what, though, I mean, I still have some interest in that storm coming out of Paris going towards some of those other areas here. But yeah, we've really kind of lost the rotation with this storm.
yeah, it's
yet again.
It seems like the focus now is going to be Tennessee and also Kentucky. But yeah,
and also Tennessee.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tennessee is just kind of lit up a little bit here. As we kind of see when these guys start firing up here again. We got that storm down here too. Boy, just wish we had a better radar picture of it, but that's about as good as it's going to get. And that's courtesy of the Nashville radar. No, that's the I don't know whose radar it is. Let's take a look here.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what other radar would be besides Memphis and Nashville. I mean, there's Jackson, but I don't think Jackson has a radar.
No, I don't think Jackson, Tennessee has a radar. No, I don't think they do. Yeah, it'd be nice. They have one there. In fact, it kind of surprises me that they don't now that you mention it. This rotation, like I said, I know it's a little bit higher up in the storm, but it is pretty decent rotation. Well, let's see if that warning gets extended. I really am curious to see if that will happen. It's been enough for warning for that storm now over Clarksville again. This is going to be warned for some hail and almost 3-inch size hail. Pretty much right over Clarksville at this moment here. It's going to be pretty interesting to see what the hail reports we get. I mean, look at that hail core right over Clarksville. So, yeah, that's
yeah, there's going to be a lot of insurance claims.
I bet there's been already a lot so far this season. I mean, look at that. That is.
That's scary looking.
Well, that's from the Nashville radar. Let's see what the Hopkinsville radar looks like here. And it looks the same. Look at that. That is some big hail. Let's see what the VIL will show with it. Yeah. Well, there you go. This is from a little bit ago. This VIL image is about 15 minutes old, but yeah, it certainly had quite a bit with it.
Yeah, I would say definitely probably over 3 inches.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out here pretty soon. I'm certain we will get a few. Certain that we're going to get. Actually, I think we already got a couple. Let's see here. Oh, that's not impressive. Uh, Small, right up by the interstate or by the highway, excuse me. But then again, those areas aren't in that hail core right now. Hey, while we're on the topic, that tornado warning has been extended now, and it's going to be for that storm that is coming out of um, Paris area, Old Springville area. Now it's going to be making its way into McKinnon and Stewart. This is it right here. That's a pretty good radar signature, and that's a pretty good rotation there. Still radar indicated. We haven't gotten any reports of anything on the ground, but that could change given this environment these storms are in. It is a pretty good hook feature here on this radar imagery. So that would certainly have to be something that is going to be watched. Oh, we got another report out of Clarksville, 1.75 inches. Let's see what more we get. That was an ending report, and pretty much right over, right about here. Hold on a second, I got to line it. Right here, it looks like. Somewhere in this area, about 1.75 inches of hail. Man, that is right over the downtown.
Yeah, right over.
That's right over Austin Peay University. Yeah, that is. That's some hail. That's some hail. That ain't your pea-size hail. That's some hail. Yeah, this storm is really looking good down here. I mean, like I said, nothing recorded.
It looks like the one little cell that's in Illinois is still holding steam near like the Goreville area. It's now north of Goreville, but it's not nearly as impressive as what's going on, like in Tennessee and like in Kentucky. But
Well, and it seems like, one thing I have noticed so far today, now this might change, but I have noticed these storms and get these supercells, we get these supercells to form up, and then they either run into something or they just kind of fall apart after a little while. And part of that might be because they're not moving very quickly.
yeah,
They could be their own worst enemy in that regard because if they're not moving quickly, the rain cooled air just begins to interfere. I mean, that's probably what happened with that one out in Missouri that we were watching. It looked really good, and then all of a sudden it just didn't. Uh, and that's the only thing I can think of as to why that happened the way it did. Because by all means, I thought that storm was going to intensify a bit more. But now that I think about it, some of these guys are moving pretty slowly. Not all of them, but some of them are. And that is probably playing a bit of a role as to, you know, some of them. But some of these guys down here are at least moving.
yeah, and it's actually interesting. I actually went in to actually see what I mean like in like the Carbondale area, and like the airport there down there is not actually reporting current observations. So wondering if that actual tornado that went through there had a play in that. If it was, who knows? It's tough to say, but
Or they got whacked with a hailstone.
yeah,
Well, there's a problem. Uh, um, that storm coming out of or approaching Monette, it's not giving up. It's still trying to hold on to some rotation. You know, we'll see what that does because honestly, that would start to get a bit closer to the Springfield area.
yeah,
Our storm to the north is also around Boulevard. It is also still holding itself up. Not a very high precipitation one, but it does appear that it at least still has something. Though I haven't seen any reports of anything out of that storm other than it has produced some rain,
in
which
the
I guess we kind of assume.
Monette area, I guess it's still in effect, but you know It looks like, I mean, it honestly looks like, like I know, well, I know, like, in like the Missouri area, at least it's mainly, been the hail. It's been the big thing so far. And it seems like the tornadoes are focusing more in the Illinois and also Tennessee area and also Kentucky, but
Yeah. And then there's Arkansas just kind of hanging out like, yeah, okay. Guess guess it's not our turn yet. Um, Speaking of which, though, we do have parts of Arkansas that are under that tornado watch, and I think some of this activity that's across northeastern Oklahoma may eventually try to drop down. Because we were talking about that storm uh, that's making its way over towards Manette. There's
yeah,
also that storm is attached to other storms, which now go all the way back towards about Ketchum, Oklahoma. With another one trying to form not too far away from Tulsa. And that activity we might see if some of that tries to drift into Arkansas later on. But for right now, Arkansas pretty quiet compared to their northern neighbors here. Um, I don't think there's anything going on in that state right now in terms of precipitation activity, but uh, there's still more stuff firing up across Oklahoma. We'll see what that stuff tries to do. A couple severe thunderstorm warnings on some of those storms. But
yeah, and also that actual cell that we were talking about that's in Illinois, it actually is starting to tighten up more, and it's starting to look more impressive on radar. It's headed for the Creel Springs area as well, but that looks more impressive to me. I mean,
yeah, that's me up on the Paducah radar. Give me a second here. I want to see here. Yeah. Let's go to that one here while we're waiting for this guy. We're going to come back to this Cumberland City one here. Because it still looks pretty good on the reflectivities. We'll wait to see what hail reports we get out of Clarksville, too. Because I am really curious, because that was pretty much right over there downtown. And just as you said it, and just as I was going to it, they should have warning on that. Uh,
oh yeah,
so this is actually for the one just to the east. So you
yeah,
were talking about this one. They put a warning on this guy right here. This is over Connor Mills right now. The warning itself does not include Harrisburg. It's mainly going to stay over the rural areas. Maybe trying to get next to Illinois Highway 1 later on here, but for right now, generally kind of out in the open. But we'll see what this guy tries to do. We were also talking about this guy, the one around Creel Springs. No warning on that, but yeah, it certainly bears some watching here. We'll see um, how this guy's structure kind of holds up a little bit. Certainly heavy rain. Looks like there are some flash flood warnings also. A flash flood warning for the next 3.5 hours across some of these areas. To get some counties here, it's going to be Franklin County and Williamson County in southern Illinois. This goes for another 3.5 hours based on all the heavy rain that is being observed here on the northern edge of these. So the rotation is on the southern edge of this blob. The very, very, very long, heavy, lasting rain is on the northern side, which we kind of tend to see sometimes with some of these guys. Uh, Very loud, I bet. A lot of lightning and thunder with these storms, I can tell you that. A lot of people's dogs are probably very unhappy right now.
yeah. It's interesting because these, like, I mean, like these two cells, like they're kind of following on top of each other. Like they're, I mean, like they're, I'm like they're kind of like in like a sequence. Like the one that's out ahead and then the one behind. Um, it's interesting. So yeah, like the one we were talking about earlier just expired, but then now like the tornado warning still that is newer one that is headed south of Harrisburg toward the town of Equality.
Yeah, I saw right equality. This guy's starting to rotate a little bit too, south of Harrisburg,
Yeah,
near the Elizabethtown area. If that's the case. Just time this guy here out a little bit. I'm gonna go too far. Let's just put it about 30 miles an hour. Uh, no warning on this guy yet, but we will keep an eye on this just based on its the environment that it's in. Could be putting it in about Peters Creek in about 15 minutes, maybe Finneyville in about 30 minutes if this rotation decides it wants to hold out. Obviously, the bigger area of rotation is the one south of Harrisburg. We got it right here. We'll track this guy kind of to the east northeast. We'll put about what 30 miles an hour. You said.
The one that's in like Harrisburg. Let's see. Yeah, it's about 30 roughly.
All right, so that's gonna put it. And whoa, hold on. Sorry about that. That's gonna put it up in Horseshoe in about 20 minutes. Closing in about 25 minutes. Pending this rotation and everything does hold up, which it does appear that it's trying to, which is the best the storm can do.
And there's some massive hail that I know like some massive hail that's in like the Harrisburg area, like there's
yeah.
big, yeah, and like and it honestly seems like the hail's wanting to go over the major cities today, with it happening in Clarksville and then now in like Harrisburg.
With the exception of St. Louis.
Yeah.
Hey, they just put up a new tornado warning on that one near Cereal Springs for you. And believe it or not, they have it as observed. So let's take a look here. That happened very quickly. And you know what? This might also be observed. This one here south of Harrisburg.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, it's been indicated.
Oh,
this
yeah.
particular one.
Yeah.
That looks like that might be it right there. And then this one is observed.
Yeah,
you don't see it.
Yeah.
Let's see if we get the new scan coming in.
Yeah, the one in like the Creel Springs area looks actually really impressive on radar.
Yeah, so weather spotters reported a tornado right over Creel Springs, Cereal Springs, whatever. It's tracking its way to the east here. Yeah, so right over there. It's probably like that's some of its debris a little bit right there. There's also a little bit of a debris signature here. This is right as indicated, but that does appear like there might have been something there very briefly. We can use another one down here too. It's going to be for this storm. So all of a sudden, Illinois said we're not done.
Yeah.
So Illinois went from being very quiet to now again being very active. With 1, 2, 3 tornado warnings, at least probably two of which should probably produce something. Let's take another look at this guy. Let's take a look at this guy right here, because that looks like a. Yeah, so there might have been something on the ground here south of Harrisburg.
Yeah, it's interesting because all three of those tornado warnings, Timmy, all have kind of a similar look to them in a way. I mean, obviously, like they're like there are some differences, but they're all trying to have that same look.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Which I guess just kind of tells you a little bit about the environment. They're all kind of steered a little bit the same way, with the exception of this guy over here. But yeah, and they all popped up right about the same time. Pretty much the tornado warnings all of a sudden just like that. And while we're on the topic, we still got our guy down here coming up on Cumberland City. Just want to see before we go back up to Illinois here really fast. That's still looking pretty good. Right there. So this is coming up on Cumberland City now. The hail portion of it's going to be crossing what is this Highway 49 here in just a moment or two. The location that is visible on this is pretty much right near the county line near Stewart and near Stewart. No active. And right now, nothing has been observed, but here's that rotation right there. And again, it does have a kind of a visible hook right here. So that will certainly have to be something that is We're going to keep going back down to that guy because that is still a pretty good looking storm. Let's move back to our three trigger warnings in Elizabethtown and Harrisburg. Like I said, this is the velocity on this one here in south of Harrisburg. And I'll tell you what, like I said, some may have been a debris signature there, and I'll tell you on the velocities, it looks pretty good too. We also have the one coming out of Coral Springs. And then we have the one near Elizabethtown. Now, Elizabethtown is south of the rotation. That rotation does not appear as though it will be tracking towards Elizabethtown. It's mainly just going to kind of run along the river here, while actually probably parallel with Highway 146 over the next few minutes, and then maybe trying to make its way over to Caseyville. That is the situation with that one. But then there's this guy right here, southeast of Harrisburg, still kind of down right now, but will be coming up on equality potentially here in a little bit. It does not say it observed, but we saw what may have been which may have been a little debris signature on the radar there. So we'll keep an eye on that one. And then this one is observed, but we don't see much of a signature. However, weather spotters reported seeing a tornado over Coral Springs, excuse me, a few moments ago, which is why this is going with the observed tag. But it's certainly very interesting. Certainly very interesting in Southern Illinois again.
Yeah, it seems like the one southeast of Harrisburg is it. I mean, it definitely looks the best on radar, and I'm surprised it hasn't been observed yet because, like you were looking at, like the debris ball, like it looks like it's there.
Well, no, I'm surprised too. No one said anything. We also got a brand new tornado warning. A tornado warning down in Perryville, Tennessee. Is still in effect for another few minutes, but now there's a new one just south of that. Unfortunately, I'm trying to figure out here what would be the closest radar to it, and I'm not. I'm thinking the Nashville radar. Um, uh, so we'll take a quick little jump down here back to Tennessee. We'll come back to our guy here in Harrisburg again. It's really out in the open though right now, so no, but it will be coming up on Equality and potentially Junction here in a little bit. I do want to go back down to Tennessee really fast. Just kind of take another quick look at our guy around Cumberland City. Again, signature hook still there. Rotation, though, not quite as defined. 2-inch size hail report near Clarksville. I'm assuming that's from just a little bit ago. Now we got this guy down here, too. This is tornado warning, also 2.5-inch size hail with this guy. We put the radar image below here. Very, very tricky to see it here. It's not in a good radar coverage zone, but this is it right there. And it's a pretty good looking supercell thunderstorm. It's a pretty high returns here, even though we are looking a little bit higher up into the storm. But if there isn't something on the ground, there's likely at least something, wall cloud there rotating. So we'll keep an eye on this guy. Indicated a tornado and tennis ball size hail with that thunderstorm.
And now, Timmy, so the actual tornado that's southeast of Harrisburg has been observed.
Awesome. Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, and they're saying, it's pretty bad. It looks pretty bad, and like the actual damage threat is actually considerable. So it's been observed. It's a very dangerous situation right now. Headed for Shawneetown eventually.
Let's see it here. There it is. There's that notch right there. Yeah, so here's Shawneetown, still a little bit of a ways away here. So, okay, this is right now is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning. Large and extremely dangerous tornado was located south of Harrisburg, moving east of 35 miles per hour. I want to pick up the CCs here again really quickly. So there it is right there. There's your tornado. Right there. And if we go ahead and put the tracker on it, we're not going to bring it into Shawneeville quite yet, but we'll see if we can't get a couple of location points. He's doing about 10 minutes, Lawler at about 20 minutes, Junction about 20 to 25 minutes. If this thing continues on the ground, that's where we're expecting that it's going to be. Now, this is it right here. That's it on the correlation coefficient. So again, this is detecting the size of objects in the air. If it has a high correlate, so for those of you who like statistics, it's just measuring all the size of all the objects that it can detect in a certain little box there. And if they're all the same size, like raindrops, they have a high correlation. They're all very similar, so it's a high correlation. But if it picks up debris, which could be anything from dirt to pieces of roof, those are not all the same sized objects. Those are so there's a low correlation. The similarity is not the same. So we're looking at drop offs in the correlations, which in these radars is typically indicated by that bluish color. And so that's a debris signature right there. And in fact, looks like we're just getting the next radar scan. It looks like it's still on the ground at the moment. If we were to loop this guy, you can see this tornado right there. And so you can see how it kind of tracked its way almost right along the highway. For a little bit. South again, as mentioned, of Harrisburg, not moving towards Harrisburg, dominating out in the open right now, but we'll be passing somewhat close to equality. Um, pretty sure probably the next 15, 20 minutes as we were taking a look at it. I'm trying to warn storm. There's this guy right down here. We'll see how this guy behaves. Let's see here. No debris at the moment, at least here. But we do see the velocity. There is still somewhat of a little bit of a rotation there, albeit not very tight. Creel Springs rotation has also gone down, but it's still showing up on the radar with a little bit of a hook, so we'll have to keep an eye on that one. There's another tornado warning that's going to be down here. This is radar indicated. This is going to be the Princeton area, way down in Kentucky. Again, a little bit of a hook there, somewhat of rotation at the lower levels. There is kind of a little bit better rotation in the mid levels, which is to be expected. It's typically how that goes, especially since there's less friction up there. But uh, yeah, that is generally kind of on the rural areas. It'll stay south of Princeton. It's going to kind of stay south, but parallel to I-69 by a few miles down to the south there. We'll keep an eye on that. That tornado warning is in effect for another 30 minutes. Again, that is for the Princeton and Kentucky area. Down around Cumberland City right now. Still in their rotation, it does appear that it is still there, not too tight, but still there. Right here, going to be passing right up on Aaron here in about the next minute or so. That trigger warning has been downgraded to just a severe thunderstorm warning, right as we talked about it. But I still think the storm can maintain some of that rotation for a little bit, but then it looks like this rain may begin to start affecting that rotation, which has been somewhat of a theme of some of these storms today. Trigger warning still in effect down around Hollenwald. I'm seeing some rotation there. This is just radar indicated, nothing being reported to us yet. What's been on your end?
Yeah, so Timmy, it looks like the cells we were talking about in Illinois, um, obviously like the one like that is actually southeast of Harrisburg. That one's going to be passing south of like the town of like actually like well yeah well actually I know like it'll be south of like I guess it's like so right now it's south of Equality, but is is where like the actual rotation is in my opinion, and then but then south in like this actual cell that's south of there, it's starting to actually in my opinion tighten up a little bit, and that's actually northwest of Caven Rock, and also like so those two cells, in my opinion, bear like some big watching. And then obviously to the west, we still have the one that is now east of Creel Springs. But I really think the one that is southeast of Harrisburg, it looks like it's starting to lose kind of a like it. I know it. Well, I know like it's starting to lose like its hook, but it seems like the one that's northwest of Caven Rock is starting to tighten some as well, though.
We had an observed tornado on the ground going back to southwestern Missouri, that storm that you were watching around the Manette area. This is an observed tornado. Here it is, right there. Yeah, this is pretty much just past Manette now. Observed tornado is going to be coming right up on Aurora here in about a minute or two. Let me go ahead and pull up a little bit of a track here. It's moving to the east northeast for about 35 miles an hour. That's going to be putting it in a globe here in about a minute. Pretty much right on top of them now, actually. We're here in about 10 minutes or so. This is pretty decent looking here. The velocity, you can see a very tight couplet right there. We're quickly moving with this thing here. And do we have a debris signature with it? It's going to be right here. Looks like a little bit of a drop off there. And this is relatively new, Nick.
Yeah.
But I'm probably going to be going right towards Aurora here in just a couple of minutes.
And it's moving actually at about 40 miles an hour. So it is moving faster than the cells we were talking about earlier. But so that I'm like, that is good news. But you know, I mean, like this is kind of like out. I mean, like I know like it's out by itself. Like you were saying, how these tornadoes have a better chance of surviving when they're out alone. So this one, actually bears watching because it is on the northern side of a line. So it definitely bears watching because it looks pretty dangerous.
Yeah, it's pretty much right over Globe here at the moment, little community of Globe. I'm trying to see here on my end. I do have a report coming in from Spotter Network here. Debris noted at this location. It's going to be coming southwest here of Springfield. So we are coming up on kind of a little bit more populated area. Uh, Verona at the moment is also going to be pretty much right next in line for this, though. Right now, it looks like it's kind of running parallel with US 60, but Verona and Aurora are going to be up next here in the next. Verona in about the next couple of minutes, and Aurora in about the next 5 to 10 minutes, depending upon how exactly this thing tracks. We'll see if this thing holds up. But again, this is an observed tornado on the ground just outside of Manette. Well, it's pretty much right over Manette, actually. It's the one that you and I were talking about. And now it's making its way towards Verona and also there. We're also taking a look at, I'm also looking at the other storm uh, way out in southern Illinois. That was starting to develop a pretty decent looking hook, albeit not the best on the velocities, but
Yeah, it seems like the two actual tornado warnings that were further north in Illinois are kind of starting to get some actual influence from the rain. But the one that's further south, that's north of the is it, I guess, Cave Springs? Is that, or
yeah. That's what that's the one I'm looking at too here.
that one? Definitely bears watching because it is out kind of like by itself, kind of alone.
All alone. Just wanted to put up tracking here. You got the latest CC imagery, and it is showing debris signature still right there. We're up on the US 60, and this is going to be coming up in Aurora here. And like I said, in just a couple of minutes. Looks like at the moment it's going to end up just being just slightly south of Verona, not by much, but it's going to be passing right over, US 60 south of Verona. And it does still appear that it may be trying to make its way over towards Aurora here in about the next 5 to 10 minutes. Again, depending upon exactly how it tracks. This is a observed tornado on the ground. Look at that. That looks pretty good on the radar imagery. So again, a little debris signature there. This is on the velocities right there.
And if and also I'm like, if it holds up, it's going to be hitting the southern suburbs of Springfield. So that's not good either.
Yeah, well, this storm is going to be, making its way through there. And in fact, it actually looks like this storm has separated itself from the line that it was attached to. I just kind of
Yeah.
noticed that. It appears that this guy has decided it wanted to go its own way a little bit. So yeah, absolutely. Springfield, Missouri, being right about here. So towns like Ozark and Nixa, but that's further down the road here. Right now, it's mainly the Aurora area. That's going to be next year. Again, it looks like it's going to stay just south of Verona. Not by much though. It's pretty much passing over US 60 where Verona, south of Verona over US 60. So those of you who live there know what I'm talking about. And then again, Aurora is going to be next in line for this. We'll see exactly how this thing wants to track. Obviously, some hail with this storm too, but bigger thing being that tornado, that tornado that is on the ground. Um, just looking around here, want to make sure we haven't checking up on other tornado warnings. The one for Hohenwood down in Tennessee, that is still in effect for another 7 minutes. It's still radar indicated. Uh, do get a hail report out of there, though, about a $half size inch hail, so that's a pretty good size. The other tornado warning that is in effect near Dawson Springs, that tornado warning remains in effect for another 20 minutes. It is a radar indicated rotation, centered pretty much just south here of Dawson Springs. It will stay south of Dawson Springs, but not by much. So the hail is going to be possible with that. There was three warning that has been affected near Carrier Hill, so we are indicated right now a little bit of a new rotation kind of showing up near Stonefoot, albeit it is a strong Stone Fort, excuse me. It's not very strong though, but that kind of warning does remain in effect there. Doing the newest radar scan here for that Aurora tornado here. Let's see here. We got our it's like it's right here. Looks like it's just south of 60 of US 60, running parallel with US 60 at the moment. But we'll see if it decides it wants to make a little bit of a turn. It's kind of moving easterly. There it is. Right here. About the next probably in the next couple of radar scans, it'll be passing very, very close here to Aurora. I'm still thinking it's going to be too. It's going to pass close enough to Aurora that I'm still going to say it's going to be making its way to Aurora. But
Yeah.
right now, it's really the south side of Aurora, closer to US 60, because that's where this thing is kind of running parallel to at the moment.
And it is, yeah, and it is, I mean, like, actually, I know, like, on the radar, it's saying it's moving east northeast, so there is a chance that, like you were saying, like, it could, kind of move a little bit up, but like, we'll see kind of where it wants to go. But it is. I mean, like, I know, like, it's ever so slightly north, but it's more easterly.
Yeah, it does that. Yeah, it has a slight easterly component here, and it's about 3 miles away from the southwestern edge here of Aurora. If it's even that far away. Um, so yeah, I mean, if this thing doesn't reach Aurora, it certainly is going to be very, very close here, especially like I said, the southern edge here of Aurora. Like so again, especially the closer you are to US 60, that's kind of the big thing at the moment.
I wish there were some storm chasers down there. It would have been nice to get some
There
video.
are
There are.
well, I don't really know too much about their video, but I do know there are a few there, so we should be getting some report. I mean, obviously, we have a report this thing's on the ground. I mean,
Yeah.
radar kind of clear. This is confirmed trailer located near Aurora. Emergency management confirmed it.
Yeah.
Uh, and
Also
so,
hail with it too.
oh, yeah, yeah. Which is probably falling over Verona right now.
Yeah, it looks like it is. it is trying to. It seems like it's moving more easterly than anything, but the overall cell is moving like north of it, north into like the Verona and north there. It's moving more northerly, but it seems like the relative motion of the tornado is kind of riding along that county line, and it's going to end up south of like the actual. It looks like, yeah. I mean, it's still obviously tough to say because about an hour ago we were I mean, like, actually not even focused on this as much. So who knows?
Well, we also had a bunch of other tornado warnings that we were taking a look at. So, but yeah, this is the same line though that was down in Miami, Oklahoma, or this is the same storm actually that was down in Miami, Oklahoma. So it's a long-lived storm.
Yeah.
And just, these long-lived ones tend to like to cycle themselves. They develop something and then it goes away for a little bit. And here's the latest radar scan. Showing that this thing looks like it's now right over 60 south of Aurora. And so this thing is coming up on the south end here of Aurora. This is its debris signature right about here. I'm just curious as to, this is not a very large tornado, but it is still one nonetheless. One pretty large, but it's been like size-wise. You even have some tornadoes that are not large. But here it is right here. This is a couple of there again. This thing is very, very, very close here to the south end of Aurora. I mean, pretty much south of Prospect Road at the moment. But there's a Walmart there in case Trevor has to do some shopping.
Yeah.
Now, Walmarts yesterday we were talking about the storms up in Portage. We were watching that and it hit a FedEx facility. Again, those warehouses are not, not built to withstand really even small tornadoes. Same thing with Walmart two percenters. Those are big open, those are basically warehouses.
Yeah, it's same with like the Amazon warehouse in Edwardsville, Illinois.
Yeah. Those are really just kind of like warehouses that again, it does not take much to rip a roof off of those things and push their walls down. There's a Walmart Supercenter right there in this thing's path. So, we'll see here in a moment. But again, this thing right on the south side here of Aurora. Yeah, looks like it's coming right up on that Walmart. It's going between the cemetery and the Walmart. I'm just waiting to see if there's any reports coming in at the moment here.
And it looks to me now, Timmy, like it's moving a little bit further northeast now, which isn't good because that's getting closer to the town of Aurora. But it looks like it's going to be on the very southern part of like like that area now of like the town as it passes through.
I mean, the west side of Aurora, once you get past Carnation Drive, west of Carnation Drive, is probably, probably passing south of that location, so nothing much there. But now, it's the cemetery, the Walmart, and even over towards the hospital. This thing does take a little bit of a northerly jog, like you're kind of thinking it might here a little bit. That is going to bring it into the southern and eastern part here of Aurora. Right now, like I said, it's pretty much right over US 60, heading right up to the Walmart Center. And its current stat. That's the last radar image. This was a couple minutes ago, so obviously this thing has moved since this image.
Yeah.
Maple Park Cemetery, at least is what this is indicated as, and the Walmart 2% here. We'll see which happens here first. I'm really rating the next radar scan here. It also looks like the junction of Elliott Avenue and US 60 also going to be in that path here. So coming right up here on Warriors, the next radar scan looks like it's still, man, it is just running right parallel with US 60.
Yeah.
So it hasn't turned north yet, but that may put it right over the Walmart here. So we're gonna find out here in just a moment with the next radar scan. This is the updated reflectivity. Let's wait here for the updated velocity. And wow, that looks like it may be meters here. Let's take a look here at our correlation coefficient scan. And it was right about here.
Yeah, it looks like it might have weakened a little bit as well, and it has stayed a little bit further south, which is good for the town, but they're getting hit with the hail.
Yeah, this is also being upgraded now to a particularly dangerous situation. Uh, but yeah, this is a reserve tornado. I think it might still be on the ground,
Oh yeah,
or
it's definitely still.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Uh, and again, that would put it, like I said, pretty much right over the Walmart in that part of town. Again, all this is just happening just south of, right parallel, but just on the southern edge here of US 60. Uh, Yeah, we'll probably get some reports here coming up shortly. With that, I'm going to leave that radar up here, but on myself, I just want to double check to see how we're doing with our other storms. Uh, let's see how we're doing with our other storms at the moment. It does appear.
That was in Illinois. That's near like the Cave in Rock area. That is still a tornado warning. And then obviously down, further southeast, looks like there's two warnings, and some of those expired, but like there's one south of Dawson Springs, and then the one that's in, I guess, Hohenwald.
The Canada Springs one is still observed, by the way.
Okay.
That's according to the Weather Service here, but I'm looking around. I mean, it's a bit far away from the radar. It's very difficult to see, but they still have it as observed. The confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 5 miles southwest of Equality. So they're still labeling this as a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Looking for it here on the. Give me a quick second here. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Yeah, it seems like, well, at least from my radar scan, it seems like the one that was further north, for me at least, from what I could see, is the warning has been dropped. Now it's for like the actual, like it's for areas that are north of Cave in Rock is where the tornado warning has been observed by radar. But there could be something, yeah, like there could be something wrong with my scan.
No, I'm seeing the same thing that you're seeing. It's starting to get muddled with a lot of rain over there, though.
Yeah. But yeah, like the tornado that is now east of Aurora, actually Missouri, and it's basically riding along, I mean like the actual Highway 60 as and it's moving more actually easterly than anything currently, but it's still on the ground.
Yeah, I saw a report coming to those things. I mean, right there is the debris. It didn't look like much, this was a few minutes old, though. We'll see if we get when we get the next radar scan. Okay, not quite as defined as it was. Let's see the velocities here. Okay, it does look like this thing. Well, we'll wait for the next velocity scan here to come out. But here it is. Yeah, it's now east of Aurora, as you were saying. It kind of has almost a straight easterly component here to it. Waiting for the next velocity scan. I did just see a report here. This came out about 2 minutes ago. This thing was still on the ground, though.
Yeah, it's still on the ground. Yeah.
So this is still being labeled as a particularly dangerous situation. I'm also getting some hail reports of about a half-inch size, up to about an inch near Marionville from this same storm. In the meantime, though, and we also have a new tornado warning that is in effect for Sladen, Tennessee. This is southwest of Clarksville. Radar indicated rotation. Very faint on the radar, but still there nonetheless. Do you want to go back to that? See here. The storm south of Harrisonburg is still being labeled as on the ground, but I haven't seen any reports from that yet.
And so the tornado now is south of Marionville, actually Missouri, and still has the hook feature in it.
Yeah, and did see a trade report out of Monette just from a little bit ago, though, but I think it just came through. Multiple trees down in Monette. So,
Yeah.
and probably the same tornado that was on the ground. It may have lifted, though, according to some of the latest radar scans that I'm seeing, but this would have been it. Let's see here. Right there. So there's this little dot pretty much ran right along US 60. The latest radar scan does show it looks like it has gone down. It's still being labeled as observed, but it's no longer a PDS tornado warning, as there's, taking a look at it. We've not got an updated velocity scan yet, which is a little inconvenient, so I'll have to wait here. A few more minutes, but yes. Anything on your end?
Yeah, it looks like the National Weather Service had a new message come out at 4:52 about this cell.
And
It says like the tornadic thunderstorm which prompted the warning has moved out of the warned area. It's basically just moving the warning, further east. But it seemed like they were like talking about something else. But yeah, so like the confirmed actual tornado is over like the Marionville area, and it's moving east at 35 miles an hour. It's still a damaging tornado, and it has also golf ball size hail. And also I know, like as we were saying, it was reported by like the emergency management. So it is on the ground still.
yes, I imagine it appears to be about right here. So south of Marionville. Uh, and here's the latest velocity scan. I'm telling you, it doesn't look to be quite as much as it was, but if it is, it's right there. So again, it's going to probably stay south of Marionville. As the storm itself is kind of tracking a bit more to the east here. But
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. There was a release on the ground from Manette all the way to about the south side of Aurora. Still waiting to see about additional reports coming in. At the moment, we haven't got anything new other than what you had mentioned there from the National Weather Service. Now, that in mind, though, we still have quite a few active storms going on, including a couple of, let's see here. We've got an extension of the Tornado Watch that now includes parts of Alabama, northern Alabama, Huntsville, New Hope area, and Florence. So a little bit of an extension there of that Tornado Watch. We have, is this radar available? Let's see. No, it is not. Oh, yes, it is. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we got a radar up on that storm. The one that was way down to the south is a Lawrenceburg radar. I think it's a research radar. I'm not 100% certain, but It's there. Look at that little hook that it had there. This is the radar indicated tornado. This is the one that earlier was down on Hohenwald. Again, that warning was extended. It includes Mount Pleasant. This is the best radar image we have gotten of it. Again, it's just a little tiny radar down here, not the best view, but best we got of this storm right now. You can see a little bit of a hook there uh, with that with that storm. Now, again, there's nothing reported on the ground at this time. The storm did produce about some decent sized hail, though, over an inch, but that's about it from that. Tornado warning also remains in effect again. This is going to include displayed in Manhattan area, which radar indicated rotation, if you could even call it that. I don't see much of an indication here. We'll keep an eye on this storm. Tracking the point of view. It has the potential to maybe, cycle back up again, but nothing imminent at this time. And then there is that tornado warning that is still in effect. Radar indicated, and this is going to be for the Sturgis area, moving fields. A little bit of rotation there. We'll see it this morning, though. It does get extended, but so you got a little bit of damage just from a couple hours ago, though. So that is not a current report. So I take that back. Let's see what else is.
Yeah, and so like the ones down in like the actual Tennessee area, like as well. But to actually talk about the one in Missouri again, it looks to me like radar is showing it's starting to weaken some, which is good news. But it is still a very dangerous situation. But it looks a little bit less impressive to me.
I'm just seeing if there's any new reports on my end. Just a hail reports is all I'm seeing on my end. Yeah. Yeah, about half-dollar size hail reports. Yeah, I'm looking at it on the, I'm just, it does still appear though that if it is on the ground, it's just north of Crane,
Yes, yeah,
right here. It's now back to radar indicated, so it is, according to this, it is no longer on the ground, which again, I think we were kind of leaning towards ever since it got past Aurora. I don't see any signature here, but we'll keep an eye on the storm though, because this thing uh, has cycled. Now
yep,
it's not a quick. It doesn't do it quickly though. I mean, it took a little while.
yeah.
Uh,
And who
we'll
knows?
see if
Maybe
it does.
yeah, it may cycle back to where it actually produces an actual tornado on the ground that's going to be east of Springfield. But it's still early to say. But yeah, it seems like the cells in Illinois have kind of become less severe. I mean, and it seems like the focus now obviously has been, like obviously I know like it's been like, I know like in like the Tennessee area, and also, I mean like well yeah, and also like in parts of actually Kentucky, but um, it seems like things are settling down just a tad right now, but it is only 5 o'clock, actually Central Time, so it's still early.
Yeah, a little. A little already. Um, so this guy, central, actually more close to your area, uh, kind of St. Clair's, severe thunderstorm warning mainly for some hail, but there is at least a little bit of rotation going on there, so that might try to maybe increase a little bit. But that would be about it, other than the other storm in Missouri.
Yeah.
We have a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm. This is going to be for golf ball size hail. This is right back here, kind of at the edge of the watch, all the way down here near El Dorado Springs. Again, just mainly for some hail. Don't see much organized rotation with that storm, at least on this particular radar scan. Uh,
So as
yeah,
of
I
now,
don't
the
know.
one tornado that has been actually observed on the ground, but now I guess it is radar indicated, is headed for like the Hurley area, and it looks like it's really close to Crane.
Yes. It's passing just to the north there of Crane. Uh, yeah, it has weakened quite a bit, but uh, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not seeing. But again, this storm has cycled itself before, and again, it has separated itself from the line a little bit. So they're trying to produce some more activity.
Yeah.
Um, this is our guy down near Mount Pleasant, Tennessee. It is still showing a hook there and some rotation down here. It's been going on for a little while, but it is a radar indicated. Nothing has been recorded with this, but it's sort of coming up on the Pleasant area here in just a little bit. Storm is moving northeast about 45 miles an hour. If we were to track this rotation, that will bring it into the Mount Pleasant area here in just a few moments, about 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes. Mountain Joy in about 10 minutes, and South area in about 10 minutes or so. That is what we're getting from this. Yeah, so about 15 minutes or so from Mount Pleasant before that rotation comes up on you guys here. Again, this is still a radar indicated rotation, but the storm has been holding out for quite a while. Uh, so we also have a brand new tornado warning that is now in effect. This is going back up towards the areas that we've been over quite a bit today. Over in the Clarksville area, radar indicated rotation right near the Cooperstown Pleasant View area. Let's take a look at it here. There it is on the hook right there. This was the one I think we were looking at just a little bit ago, actually. Um, and we were talking about, is this the same one that we were just talking about a couple minutes ago when I was doing the radar roundup?
Yeah, we
Might have
were.
been.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty close to the area that I think already got hit earlier. It's not, I mean, like
Yeah.
it's not actually exact, but it's pretty similar.
Yeah, here's what the previous one was, Turnersville area. Now we're looking just south of Turnersville, coming right up on Coopertown, actually. So this thing may be spinning up very quickly, coming right up here on Coopertown and Sandy Springs here. Uh, Probably in the next, couple minutes, we can do that.
And it looks like, Timmy, there's been more reports of those tornadoes that went through Illinois, um, you know, just southeast of Carbondale, and also in like the town of, well, this was 5 miles south of, this was the one that we were talking about, but it kind of got washed out by the rain. It was in like the Equality, Illinois area. Um,
Yes.
it looks like there's been actual reports of that now. So now they're going to have to do like a storm, I mean like actual storm damage, and kind of see kind of what actually happened. But
Yeah. And I got a report of some structural damage uh, to a building that was unoccupied. That would have been near Harrisburg about a few moments ago is when that report came in. Um, so yeah, is that what you were getting at?
yeah, well, and obviously it was actually, I was referring to the ones that were, well, yeah, it was actually, yeah, it actually was near that area. It was, and I actually hadn't seen that report that you just said, but it'll be interesting to see because that actual hook on that cell was like the more impressive one. So yeah, I mean, like it'll be interesting to see if there are actual more reports that come out of that area.
Oh yeah, well, I'm sure there will be. It's going to take them a few minutes to filter their way through. I would imagine at least.
Well, it looks like the one we were talking about in Missouri. It's still, it's still. I mean, like, well, I'm like the warning is going to expire here. Let's see, in about 8 minutes. So it'll be interesting to see. I don't think that it'll be continued, but we'll see.
Well, I thought it might not be, but I wouldn't be surprised though if the storm does try to cycle up in a little bit.
Yeah.
because it has done that before. That's actually the same storm, not the same line, but the exact same storm that produced that possible tornado further back near Miami, in
Yep.
Oklahoma. So uh, maybe try to cycle itself up again here in just a little bit here. Still keep an eye on that Cooperstown rotation. At the moment here, this is still being identified as radar indicated. But again, that rotation coming right up on Cooperstown. Looks like it's just south of Sandy Springs, but it's coming right up on Cooperstown here for the next couple of minutes. Not sure if that is a developing signature or not. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But the velocity is not really showing anything at the moment of a tightening. But again, it could just be because there's so much wind, so it might be the best. But it's going to be right around this area. If it is on the ground, or will be, it's going to be right around here again. It's going to be coming right up on Cooperstown here in just a few moments. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like in Illinois now it's all about the flash flood warnings and stuff now. There is that one cell we were talking about that's now, I guess, technically on the border there. It kind of borders between, Illinois and also Kentucky and in like the Sturgis area, there's still the actual warning up. Um, and that expires in 21 minutes, and it's been radar indicated, and there's hail that's as big as an inch supposedly with it.
Interesting. I'm still here just looking through some of the data.
Yeah. Yeah, the velocity on, like that tornado, or yeah, on like the actual tornado warning looks pretty good. Um, that you have up right now.
When we move over to the national radar, we get kind of a clearer view. Right about there. It has been extended actually on that storm coming out of the Crane area that we were looking at just a few moments ago. They did actually extend that warning into Ozark, Highlandville, Fremont Hills, and Nixa. Again, all this just south of the Springfield, Missouri area.
Yeah. But it is only radar indicated right now.
Yeah.
And that's in effect until 6 p.m.
Central Time.
Yep. Yeah, like the debris doesn't look too impressive with the Coopertown. I don't know.
Well, yeah, it's still radar indicated.
Yeah.
In fact, I think all of our warnings are currently radar indicated at the moment.
Yep.
It's certainly been an active evening for sure.
Yeah, and it seems like well, actually, just of now, it looks like the I guess there's a new warning that's been extended uh, for like the Columbia area, uh, and actually, yeah, it's actually up
Uh,
actually northeast there, and yeah, and then like New Hope.
yes. It's this storm down here that we've been watching. This storm's been going for quite a while. We
Yeah,
have not got any reports from it, but radar indicated, but its rotation is certainly there.
and I'm gonna finally get some more rain too. It looks like here.
Yeah, get that rain.
Yeah, Timmy. I I actually was thinking about heading out as well.
Oh
But
no, I can stick around.
no, but I mean, I know, but I know actually you did yesterday, so I don't want to, leave you hanging.
No, I'm not gonna be like gone. I'm gonna still be around, but I gotta get stuff done on my end. But
Yeah,
I'm not gonna be completely disparate. I know I gotta do a couple of quick things. But let's see here. I think who's gonna join in and
Chris,
here
I
in
think
just a moment.
join in here soon. I think everyone's tired.
Oh, well, this is actually starting to look a little bit better.
Yeah.
The Cooperstown rotation, still being radar indicated. We'll keep an eye on this thing now. Looks like the rotation may be trying to redevelop just slightly. Uh, Man, this is a heavy rain event, ain't it?
Yeah, it's interesting because the cell that's in Missouri that we were talking about, it is still, there, but I don't know if it's because the radar, exoscan is bad, but it just seems like it is kind of losing some strength. As we were saying, it's going through its cycle, so it's probably going to strengthen up again eventually. But
Oh yeah. I wouldn't put it past the storm because it's done that a couple times where and it's not a fast cycle. That's the thing. So there was a bit of time in between. When it was in Oklahoma, and then again when it was south of Joplin, and then again to Manette. Uh, and so that leads me to wonder if that might be what this storm is going to try to do here just a little bit. I will say the rotation on the storm is starting to become a little bit better to find. The one up around the Columbia area.
Yeah.
I'm going to sit this for a few moments here. I want to see how this guy tries to develop. I don't know. I mean, I might be trying here. I've been watching this storm for a while. This has been like the quiet one that has just been down in the south, or down around that area, right at the edge of the radar zone. Now maybe it's just interesting that yeah, look at that. Yeah, it's starting to get a bit better organized now. That's me taking it near the Columbia, Tennessee area, but I think right now it's still going to be staying just maybe on the northwest side of the Columbia area here. But this is another rotation here. It's going to be rain wrapped, but it
Yeah.
is looking better here over some of these scans. So, we're going to keep that radar up here so we can keep an eye on that guy.
And it seems like the one in Springfield as well is definitely going to be rain wrapped as well.
Oh, that thing, yeah. Well, they
Yeah.
moved the warning a bit. Still radar indicating it. Still has decent hail.
Yep.
All right, next radar scan coming in. See what we got on the velocities. Soon. Yeah, there it is. It's still holding out. It might be close to trying to drop something here. Just north of Mount Pleasant. Oh, I hear Chris. Let's see here. Hey, Chris.
Hi,
Hey,
Chris.
hey, what are you guys up
How
to?
you doing? We meet again.
I've been in and out. I must have been on the wrong link,
Oh,
Um,
and then I got
well,
back off, and then I had to go run and do something, and I'm kind of my air mattress blew up on me, so I'm trying to run somebody over to Colby to get another one.
ooh.
you gotta have the air. Those things are comfortable.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. I always thought those things were comfortable.
yeah, I have to have one outside for my pressure relief. I got a fancy one, but I just need a cheap old camping one to get by.
Yeah.
When I was one of the curling clubs I belonged to, there was a guy who he actually he lived about like an hour and a half away, and he was a very dedicated curler. And I remember once we had like a snowstorm coming, and rather than driving back, he brought his air mattress up with him, and then he just spent the night at the curling rink. He was a nice guy. He was very, very dedicated. He was a great guy to learn from.
Rundown here.
Yeah, we've
So,
been focusing on like the one that was in like area that is yeah. So I know like I'm like first actually south of Springfield, Missouri, and then obviously there's been a bunch in like the Tennessee and also Kentucky area, and then Timmy here is looking at actually Columbia. This one's been
There
for
was
a while,
one
Tennessee.
when I was on earlier. There's one in like Monet, Missouri.
Yep.
It looked-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was in
Yeah.
Monet. That one's now radar actually indicated now. It was on the ground, but
Oh, it was okay.
yeah.
That's what I was wondering. That one looked pretty good when I looked at it earlier.
yeah, so this one we're watching near Columbia. It's been kind of in a bad radar coverage zone for a little bit. Starting to get a little bit better, but this rotation does seem to kind of have a little bit of an uptick with it. The storm's actually been going for quite a while. It's had a warning with it for at least the past hour or so. No reports on it yet, though, but it's coming right up on Columbia.
On Columbia.
Maybe just a bit north. It might pass northwest of Columbia, but
Yeah.
Oh,
And then we have the one that was further north in the Springfield area, which has gotten hit like this is like the second or third time it's gotten hit. And there's a new one that just came up now southeast of Springfield. And then there was a bunch that were in Illinois earlier that have now weakened, and now it's just more rain in like Illinois area. And
so we're holding on, man. Storm is still holding on.
yep.
And, yeah, it's still holding on. What else we got? Mainly just with thunderstorm warnings and a lot of flash flooding warnings. Oh, maybe, yeah. Sorry, I thought you were talking. See, we got so many Springfields. I thought you were talking about the Springfield, Missouri one.
No, Springfield, yeah, southeast of Springfield, Tennessee. There's a new warning.
Yeah, that's much. Boy, how many Springfields have we had to deal with today?
every state has one.
Pretty much. I think it's 38. There's 38 Springfields. It's kind of ridiculous. I mean, really, you just need one. So yeah, there's a little notch right there. Let's give you Gobletsville. Again, radar indicated not strong at the moment. There's just so many. These guys are now getting so up on each other. The storms are just getting so they're not moving very quickly. And that's the thing that we've noticed, Chris, today, is these storms, they're not quickly moving. And because they're not quickly moving, some of them are kind of, we're thinking that some of them might be their own worst enemy. Because they're not moving, eventually they start to weaken themselves. I mean, they are moving a bit, but not quickly. It's not like yesterday where those storms at least had a little bit of some motion with them. The other thing, too, is, I mean, they form, and it's so humid. I mean, these dew points down across Tennessee are well into the lower 70s in most spots. And so there's a lot of activity that fires up, and they just keep running into each other. And we've seen quite a few flash flood warnings. We haven't talked much about them, but I mean, they're kind of peppered all over the place, around this area. And again, this is not fast moving storms. A lot of rain.
Flood warnings all over.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't even touched on those, but there's flash flood warnings. Yeah, literally every area of activity I think that we have talked about today has now at some point been under a flash flood warning. I think the only exception is the area around Springfield, Missouri.
Yeah.
But most of the areas that we've talked about, Nick and I have been talking about, have now had flash flood warnings at some point.
Yeah, there's stuff all over here in Tennessee.
Yeah, it's quite the evening.
How big's the hail?
There's
There's a
been,
flash flood warning out right here.
there's been reports as high as 275 is what I've seen for hail.
No, this is French.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's
Major
yeah,
damage to cars, roofs. This is Doolittle, Missouri. I just noticed this right as you were saying it, because I thought the same thing, and then as soon as you said it, my eye caught this south of Jefferson City caught this 4-inch hail report.
Another 4-incher, huh?
I know, Chris. And I was telling Nick about how you and I were talking about that yesterday, and
Yeah.
even the day before that. It just seems like every storm event now that we've had has been has come with large, like very large hail, not like 2 inches, but like 4 inches. There's some damage reports coming out of Marion. Looks to be mainly trees down.
I'm surprised that area got hit pretty bad. I'm surprised it's not like actually worse. I know, southeast of was it, I guess, Harrisburg we were talking about earlier. That area that got hit really hard.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I'm trying to see if there's anything out of Aurora yet. One that you and I were looking at. Let's simplify this down to just one radar. One damage report near Monette. Power lines down, but nothing coming out of Aurora other than hail reports. New Tremor warning, by the way. Or no, I'm sorry, continuation of that Tremor warning, my bad. That includes Ozark. That's that same storm, so we'll see here if this guy tries to maybe cycle again, but that does include Highlandville. Yeah, it's not much in the report column at the moment, but again, sometimes it does take a little while.
Any of these on the ground?
Not right now.
Most of them at the moment are radar indicated, and I'm wondering if we've pretty much kind of seen the peak activity, because a lot of these guys have are now starting to really run into each other all across the area. There really just doesn't seem to be much room left. But this guy around Columbia, I'm telling you, that dude is still hanging on pretty well.
Columbia, Missouri?
No, this is in Columbia, Tennessee.
Oh, Tennessee. Okay.
There's also a lot of Columbias.
Yeah. I was over there in Missouri. I go, there's nothing by Columbia. I see it. Yeah, it's got a notch on it.
Yeah, it's the one I have up here. Yeah. It's had it for a while. It was kind of not in the good radar coverage zone.
Yeah.
But these guys have actually been going for a while.
I would say, I don't know. Like, it's tough to say exactly how long, but it seems like it's been like an hour and a half to almost longer.
Yeah, this one I think has been going, and this is probably the second longest one. The other one being the one that was near Springfield, Missouri.
Okay, yeah.
Well, that's going right through Columbia. Well,
I'm right. And it's coming right up behind Columbia.
Nashville got storms. Been to Nashville. All right.
Yeah, it's an active evening. I'm just waiting for this storm, and then I'm wondering here if we're going to start seeing a decrease in the trend of activity just based on how everything is really starting to run into each other.
Yeah. that's a lot of rain, a lot of storms close together.
Yeah.
Yeah. Outflows everywhere. There's so many outflows.
So are you jumping off, Timmy, or
Yeah, I got to do some stuff for. I mean, I'll still probably keep the stream up here. I'm
Okay.
waiting for this guy to go through Columbia afterwards. Then I'm gonna probably not quasi hop off. I'll probably keep my stream up in case
Okay.
it fires up. But yeah,
Okay, that's probably what I'll be dodging in out here, but I can be on here for at least an hour or so, and then maybe
oh, that's perfect. That's
Yeah.
enough time.
okay, then I can come back too if I have to. But I'll be kind of doing stuff here and there too a little bit. So try to get this mattress going.
No, yeah,
Hey.
yeah, yeah. I know. Like, I mean, like, I'm not sure how long. I mean, I'm fine with staying on, but I actually was planning on hopping off too soon. But
Okay,
I'm actually wondering though. I'm kind of curious with this one cell that's in Missouri. You know, I'm kind of, I'm actually wondering if it's gonna, actually continue to hold steam because I'm surprised they still have like a actual warning on it. I mean, it doesn't look, I mean, like that impressive right now, but I mean, it's still going, so it's interesting.
they get tornadoes all over that place
Yeah.
down there in that Ozark. Yeah, doesn't look like you're right. It's not as good as Columbia. Well, it's got had a little bit.
Yeah. It was a lot more impressive earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, when I saw it earlier today, you said there was one on the ground. It's in that Monet area is when I looked at it.
Yeah. And there was a tornado earlier that went through Sullivan and Bourbon, and actually, like, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, and I'm pretty sure like it was actually 24 hours ago that there was another tornado that went through actually yesterday. So there's been, I'm like the same areas have been getting hit, time and time again, which has not been good.
Yeah, this guy in Columbia, I mean, that rotation is going to go it's right over Columbia now. I mean, curious. I mean, there's got to be someone's got to have a view. I don't think it's any, I don't think it's anything on the ground, but there might be at least a nice little wall cloud hanging out there.
Yeah, I mean, like it seems like I mean, like it actually is the more impressive, cell we're looking at right now. I mean, like it's been the most, I mean, like the most consistent, and it actually looks the most impressive out of all of them.
Hear that, Columbia, Tennessee? You look the most impressive out of all the other ones right now.
What thunderstorms were you at, Nick?
Yeah. I mean, like we have some rain, but nothing crazy. We actually, I mean, like actually we dodged a bullet because the tornado that went through was down in like, in like the Sullivan area, and it went east across the Mississippi, and like that one was, I guess I'm not sure on like how, I mean, but I'm pretty sure it was probably EF1 to EF2 maybe, but it's tough to say right now.
Your sirens. So yours or mine? I'm going to assume they're mine. All right.
Sorry, what,
Hey,
Tim?
looks like they have a land spout, Chris, out here in your way.
My way?
Yeah.
Was that the picture I just got? Somebody just sent me a picture here.
From Wallet, Sharon Springs. I just saw it come through the reports.
I think I just got that.
Oh, land spouts. The water spout of land.
One of our shelf cloud. Oh. Just a cloud. Beardsley Canyons.
It's a cloud.
Just a cool cloud.
Yeah, bro, look at this cloud. Doesn't it look awesome?
Sharon Springs. That is. It's sun's out here where I'm at.
This was goodness golly, like 2 o'clock. Rotation's still hanging on. It's not as defined now. All right, you guys. You guys stay moving for a little bit. I'll be kind of around-ish, but I gotta do a couple things. So
All right.
I'm
Hey,
gonna
Timmy.
keep this phone up, but I'm gonna mute myself because I gotta feed the critters.
All right, I'll put my radar up and we'll go.
See you, Timmy.
The
Okay, that looks like mine's up there now.
Yep. Yeah, yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, like the actual tornado warning that is in Missouri is going to expire. In the next, I guess now, like in like the next actual. Well, yeah. I know like now it's until about 6 p.m. And it's still going, but which I'm actually surprised at because it doesn't look too impressive. I mean, it is. It honestly may be starting to actually get some organization again. I don't know.
Yeah, it's got not a lot.
Yeah, it's
Did they
definitely.
just
Yeah.
drop it? I think they just dropped it.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Like they just dropped it just as I said that.
Yeah.
Yes. It actually makes sense that they dropped it because I'm surprised they've had it on, for as long as they had because it's been pretty much losing steam the last, about 30 minutes. So now our attention is basically Kentucky and Tennessee, and it looks like we have the two warnings that are happening. The one that's near the border of Kentucky and Illinois, and then the one that obviously Timmy was looking at.
Yeah, that one, Columbia, that was the best looking one. There's some spotters there. Let's see what they're like. All right, that's moving right through Columbia. Any updates on that? There you go. Big old cloud. All right, so Columbia, Tennessee has a warning for 5 more minutes.
I imagine, yeah, and I honestly think it's going to get actually extended because it still has like a actual, like the actual notch in there that is still present.
Yep, it's been radar indicated. I don't see anything there, but I agree with you. It's got a good notch. So see what the velocity. All right, it's got rotation.
Yeah, it's going to continue.
That is moving right through Columbia. It's right next to that.
Spotter guy.
Yeah, Columbia, Tennessee, right? Yeah, Tennessee.
Yep.
You guys have been talking about it for quite a while.
Yeah, he's been looking at it for a while, and I think what Timmy was saying is that this area has been basically been hit for the last like 2 or 3 hours, pretty much consistently. So it's been, tough also because as we can see it's seen like a lot of rain already. So it is one of those situations that is confusing to the general public because usually you would think, I'm like, you're out of the clear, but you're not in this situation.
All right, they did it. So now we got a tornado warning for northeastern Marshall, southwestern Rutherford, and northeastern Maury County, and southeastern Williamson in Middle Tennessee until 6:15. This is a continuation of the tornado that is near Columbia as we're speaking, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Now Timmy and Nick have been looking at this on radar. It definitely has a notch in it as it's moved through Columbia, and you can see this velocity rotation on our velocity map here, and you can see the color changes. So it definitely does have a signature of a potential tornado. We looked at some quick video footage. I didn't see anything in there.
It looked like it was mainly just like, like a wall cloud or.
Which one it was. Let's see there. This guy just has cameras down. Oh, 6:15. Be another 30 minutes. This thing's been extended to include communities out ahead of Columbia, can do a rundown of the communities in the path of this or within this tornado warning polygon. So it is a warning. So if you're in these communities, please take cover and do your tornado drill precautions. The path of this storm, once it goes past Columbia here, will be moving through, includes the following highways on Interstate 65 between mile markers 42 and 61, Interstate 840 between mile markers 28 and 41, and other communities in the path of this tornadic thunderstorm include I-65 east of Columbia through Chapel Hill and Eagleville, Columbia and Spring Hill around 5:45 p.m. and Thompson Station at 5:55. So in Columbia, Spring Hill now, Thompson Station around 5:55, and then continue on to places east of Columbia and Chapel Hill and Eagleville through 6:15 here tonight. A tornado warning, rotation on the radar. And again, this is something we've been watching here for some time this evening in this Columbia area. Taking a peek here on the radar. Yeah, that shows well defined.
Yeah, it's definitely honestly in the last 5 minutes it has like the notch really well, and it's moving to the east northeast at about 35 miles an hour.
So if you look here, on this is what we're looking at here. This circulation, this notch, you can kind of see this hail core up to the north in the Lawton, Lanton area. Take a look at that, see what we got on. Yep, it's right there to the north. So large hail, possible tornado in that Lanton, Columbia area, Spring Hill, places heading out in front of this. Down those two significant highways there. So we're kind of, again, they dropped the one that expired. Now it's extended from Columbia to Eagleville.
And so now, Chris, it's been observed. The tornado has been observed.
All right, there we go.
From what I can see, at least.
Yep, it just turned to observe. So as we were talking about that rotation moving through that Lanton and east of Columbia, this tornado has been observed and now can be considered a considerable damage threat. We'll see what they say here, who saw it and when. Confirmed large tornado, extremely dangerous, is located near Spring Hill or 7 miles northeast of Columbia, moving northeast at 30. This is a particularly dangerous situation. You must take cover now. Damaging tornado. Weather spotters have confirmed a tornado on the ground in that Spring Hill area east of Columbia, Tennessee. It'll be in Spring Hill here in about 4 minutes. Thompson Station at 5:55. So if you're in Spring Hill and Thompson Station, Tennessee, please take shelter immediately. We have a tornado that's been observed by spotters on the ground, moving east at 30 miles an hour. Is that what the speed is on these?
Yeah, it's 30. Yeah.
Yeah.
East northeast.
Northeast. So Thompson Station, Spring Hill, have an observed tornado on the ground. Again, this is on along that Interstate 65, crossing over there. So if you're out on the interstates out there east of Columbia, you're right in this storm. Take shelter. Stop immediately. See if you can find the nearest shelter. Lowest lying ditch, culvert, something low, something in the ground. Don't really want to get in culvert in case it rains, but in a ditch. Got an observed tornado in Columbia. And this was the one that you guys have been really taking an eye on. So it was definitely the one that's kind of not so much in this cluster up here and down on the end. So that makes a lot of sense that one would pop up.
And there's the other one north there, Chris, that's kind of like, it's kind of out alone as well, up in, I guess it's near the border of Illinois and also Kentucky.
This Paducah one? Up there by Paducah?
That one is only radar indicated, though, and it expires in 11 minutes.
It's got a little bit of rotation.
Near like the Berna area, and it's moving east at 30. But yeah, the focus, like we've been talking about, is
they just dropped that to a warning.
So now we just have the one observed tornado warning.
Yep. So all this cluster of activity up here in Tennessee and Kentucky is starting to rain. We got lots of rain shield here, lots of thunderstorm activity, lots of flood warnings in place. It's been going on here all afternoon. So these have all dropped down to severe thunderstorm warning level and special weather statements. So we're talking smaller hail, but lots of rain. So if you're out there in these areas, Clarksville, Springfield, Hopkinsville, Russellville, places to the north up in Kentucky, Morganville, Owensboro, lots of rain today, over 3-4 inches to 2. And we got flooding is dangerous. If there's any ponding on roadways or don't drive through it. That's the most dangerous thing you could do. It could take you off your wheels and take a car under pretty quick. So don't drive through the water.
And it seems like the tornado we've been talking about now, Chris, that's now it's actually now east of Columbia, and it's in like the Lanton area. It's actually northeast. It's become now where it looks like it's like the focus is it's starting to become more rain wrap. So it's harder to see.
So yeah, like Nick said, it's right in Lanton, heading towards Interstate 65 or on Interstate 65. So again, this is an observed tornado on the ground in that Spring Hill Thompson Station right over Lanton. Let's see if this guy's camera can pick anything up for us.
He's probably too far north.
Yeah, he's far north.
But yeah, like the actual velocities are still showing a good actual velocity on the radar there.
So here you go. It's rain wrap. Looking into it, can't really see much. That's Chapel Hill. Looking north from Chapel Hill. Northwest. This one might be the best one.
Yeah.
This guy's kind of behind it on the southeast. Guessing we're looking right in here.
Yeah, but yeah,
This tornado is on the ground
yeah.
in the Lanton area, so spotters have confirmed that. You can't really see it here in this video footage. It's kind of rain wrapped in there, like Nick was saying that he was thinking he could see that.
And it is actually moving to the east-northeast at about 35 miles an hour, and it's headed for like the Eagleville area eventually if it continues to hold steam. But currently it's passing through like the Lanton area right now.
Yeah, I get my radar back up. I closed it, hit something. There it is.
This is the only tornado warning currently issued, and it's been observed on the ground.
So,
Yeah, it looks like it's even strengthening.
yep.
I'll go figure. As soon as I had to step away.
It's on the ground.
Pulling it up here on my end.
It's impressive.
That one has been going for a while.
And it's the only one left out there.
You do it, man. So
it's like it got this little thingy dauber on there. That's the first time I've seen that yellow color.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. Oh, hey, now it's tornado emergency.
Wow.
That means damage, right?
Well, that means this thing means business.
Yeah.
Catastrophic.
Catastrophic.
Catastrophic. There you go. I'm like, how do you pronounce that word? Catastrophic. A tornado warning remains in effect till 6:15. A confirmed large tornado, destructive tornado, was located near Spring Hill or 9 miles east of Columbia, moving northeast at 25. It's a tornado emergency for northern Maury County and southern Williamson County and southwestern Rutherford County. This is a dangerous situation. You must take cover now. It's a deadly tornado. Weather spotters have confirmed this tornado is large and on the ground, and it's life-threatening situation. So 65 mile markers 43 to 60 and 840 between 29 and 41.
If I can get my radar up here, I don't know why it's not taking it.
It is.
It's not showing the CCs for some reason. I was gonna. You can see the debris ball, but it's not letting me show you it for some reason. So I guess we'll just put Chris's back on here for a moment while I figure out why it will not show mine. Yeah, that is very, very impressive.
This may be the strongest one of the night so far.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, it's easily. I mean, we don't know exactly how strong it is, but it certainly is. Let me. Here we go. Here it is, right here. So you can see that. You see it right here. This is that debris signature, this drop off in the correlations that I kind of was talking about earlier when we first used this to look for the other tornado. This is it right here, just south of Lee's Corner. This is a good signature here. This is a very strong tornado. As we start seeing, these size of debris balls here, but that's the drop off right there. So here it is on the reflectivity, and here it is on the correlation coefficient right about there. That's a really good signature. In fact, if we were to loop this just a couple of frames, you'll kind of see it here, tracking right there.
Oh, yeah.
So not the fastest moving tornado, but right over the interstate.
Right on 65.
Yeah. Now it's kind of tracking its way towards Lee's Corner and Raleigh Hill. Looks like it'll stay north of Pottsville. So I just wanted to throw that up there. You guys, I'll put your radar back up, Chris. I just wanted to.
I've got it in the same spot pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same. I just wanted to show the debris signature.
Yeah. Cool. So here we got this tornado. It is on the ground. It's observed. They've upgraded this to catastrophic situation. Probably it's a populated area. There's an interstate, Spring Hill area. So again, tornado on the ground. It's crossed 65, now heading to 431. We're looking at out in this warning box. There's several communities of Holt Cent Corner, Beasley, Alsona, Eaglesville, Duplex, Spring Hill. All these communities are in this tornado warning on the ground. So please take cover. It's a dangerous situation. We've got
and you can't actually see it as we were saying. So it is rain wrapped and it's moving. It's moving generally east, but it has a slight. Actually, it's it's ever so slightly northeast too as well, and it's moving about 30 miles an hour. So it's really hard to see. So it's going to be hard to get reports, but it's very dangerous. There's already been reports of some damage. So. And you can see that actual nice notch there, and now it's starting to show more of a hook too.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's still coming up on the debris signature. In fact, it even looks a little bit better now on the debris signature on my end. So yeah, coming right up on Raleigh Hill, at least on my end here, Lee's Corner and Raleigh Hill, right up there on US 421. Wow, this thing is.
Raleigh Hill.
I'm gonna steal your screen here for a second, Chris. I'm gonna throw mine out. Look at the size of this debris signature right here. Yeah,
that's massive. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a large. That is a large debris signature. On my end here, I just want to see how high up we can see it. Give me a quick second here as I flip over. Don't forget, there's also another tornado warning that's in effect way up near Nashville, but obviously that's wanted to bring that up there. Not in Nashville, but northeast. Yeah, this debris signature on this particular storm here that we're looking at goes up at least all the way to the 1.7 degree tilt. So that's pretty high up there that we're seeing this debris signature. Let me see how that's we're looking about 8,200 feet up. Yeah, we're looking about 8,200 feet up, and that's the debris. So this is a lower angle. I'm sorry, but on my end, this looking at another radar, the debris signature goes at least 8,500 feet up.
Wow.
Yeah, typically that's indicative of a very of a very strong tornado.
So yeah, we saw some pictures of it. You couldn't really see it, but again, it was inside the rain.
I think now you can actually maybe see it more now. I don't know, but that hook on it almost looks like a wave in like an ocean. It's weird how it's very well pronounced now.
Yeah, just check those cameras now. Those guys are close enough. Those two. That one Chapel Hill camera isn't coming up, so
It looks like to me it's headed for like Eagleville. It's square for that area.
okay. Haven't seen any footage here, but we know just by looking at our radars and stuff that this is and the Weather Service has called it catastrophic tornado, a large tornado here on the ground crossing 431 in that area of Raleigh Hill and Lee's Corner. It'll be moving towards Bear Wallow, Lively, and eventually Eaglesville, Riggs Crossroads. And like Nick said, it's on course to go to Eaglesville. Eaglesville is on the end of the watch box. I think that goes for another 12 minutes or warning box. Eagleville is on that end. Right now it is crossing 431 and moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. You're in that Holtz Corner, Allisonia, Eaglesville, Beerley, those communities, please take cover. We got a dangerous storm, tornado on the ground, confirmed. So again, this is a on the ground tornado heading towards Eaglesville, crossing 431 here this evening. Got tornado watches that continue in place later this evening. We also got this tornado warning that's up in Gallatin or northeast parts of Nashville, heading towards Hartsville. It's a radar indicated one, up to 1-inch hail. It is tracking a little bit more east southeast, it looks like, but it will be near Gallatin at east at 20 miles per hour, tornado and quarter size hail. Looking for Hartsville, Bledsoe Creek State Park, Dickerson Chapel Recreation Area, and Bethpage. Radar indicated tornado. That is in the northeast of Nashville. And so we got 2 tornado warnings. One is on the ground, catastrophic situation in Spring, south and east of Spring Hill. I think we're thinking Eaglesville around 6:15 or in 10 minutes. Holtz Corner, Allisonia in another 5 minutes. So if you're in Allisonia, Holtz Corner, Eagleville, Beasley, Cedar Grove, please take cover. This tornado is en route into your area here in the next 5-10 minutes. So, and again, we got a tornado on the ground heading towards this corner, Allisonia, Cedar Grove, Eaglesville, and Beasley. Got the spotter that's coming down in here. So continue to watch this here. This is a very dangerous storm. It's been spotters have indicated it's on the ground. It's been on the ground for probably
About
good
15, 20 minutes. Yeah.
So,
And it's still continuing to hold steam and like, and yeah, so like actually Chris was saying, it's basically headed for like the Eagleville area, and you know there's a well deformed notch, and it doesn't look like it's going to weaken really. It looks like it's actually, I mean, like it's really holding steam. So you know, basically take cover now. I mean, there's no time to waste. This is like, I mean, like this is a very deadly situation.
So Chapel Hill, Olds Corner, Beasley, Cedar Grove, Eaglesville, Alsonia, Cedar Grove. Again, all these communities are in the path of this tornado on the ground. Next 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Again, Holt Corner, Beasley, Cedar Grove, Chapel Hill, Eaglesville, Cedar Grove, and Alsonia, and even Kirkland up to the north. So it's pretty much right in the center of that polygon, and moving to the north and east at 30. So next 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, this tornado is going to be moving through all of those communities, or near all those communities that we just ran off there. So southern end, Chapel Hill, Cedar Grove, heading right towards Holt's Corner, Beasley, Eaglesville, and Alsonia. Cedar Grove's in the path. Kirkland is to the north. Ruddersville, Arrington, Truma, all kind of the north side of this cell. But Alsonia, Eaglesville, Cedar Grove, Hoyt Center, Beasley, take cover immediately. This tornado is in the area, on the ground, and will be moving through in the next 5 minutes. The tornado spotters going right.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
See that?
Yeah, I was just going to add, you know, this storm, unlike some of the other ones that we've been seeing today, it is kind of by itself a little bit, in the sense that there isn't any activity popping up right down to its south to interfere with that inflow. So even if that tornado itself weakens a little bit, it's entirely possible that the storm could just, you know, regroup itself and maybe keep going. And you know, it looks like, you know, this will be staying south of the you know, way south of the Murfreesboro area, at least at the moment. But you know, kind of keep an eye a little bit downstream there, getting into a little bit more populated of an area as Murfreesboro, you know, eventually feeds into the Nashville region.
Yeah, and also to say is that it looks to me like it's taking a slight jog north a little bit more. So it is moving more north, actually easterly right now. So it's going to be passing on the south side of Eagleville, which is a bigger town. So this is not really good news. And there's going to be a new update here shortly from the National Weather Service here. And so I imagine there's going to be lots of reports of, you know, homes and, you know, also trees and, you know, basically everything destroyed, because this is a very deadly situation.
Yeah, well, you know, this is an area that is no stranger to seeing strong tornadic activity. The Deep South is never a stranger to that type of activity. However, it's, you know, you know, the storm has been going on for a little while, but it wasn't until it just passed Columbia that it really got that rotation mix down here. Now, you know, on the latest, some of the velocity scans maybe showing it's gone down in intensity maybe just a little bit, but yeah, you're right. It's coming right up on Eaglestown, and not only that, but it's likely producing a fairly good amount of hail.
Oh yeah, like the hail core is north, and it's probably on the order of 2 to 3 inches. I mean, if I had to guess, I don't know, but it is.
This spotter's getting right into the path of it.
Yeah, he is, and you know, it's interesting because like it is moving more northeasterly. It's kind of starting to take a little jog, like you know, which is putting it closer into the city of Eagleville.
New tornado warning that has been issued over that tornado emergency. There is a new tornado warning too for that same storm, but this one extends a little bit further to the east. It's now going to include not just Past Eagleville to include Versailles, Rockvale, overall, all on Tennessee Highway 99 there. Once you get past Eagleville, does not include Murfreesboro at the moment, but it does include some areas, just immediately to the west of I-24, past Murfreesboro there. So, weather service is picking downstream here a little bit, as are we. The storm, like I said, right now it seems to be kind of by itself here. It doesn't appear there's anything in the moment that could really obstruct the overall structure of the storm. So even if, let's say, the rotation does taper down a little bit, which could be possible, it's very easy. It could easily revamp itself right back up. So still a little bit of a distance away here. Really quickly on my end here, I'm just going to put a quick time track before I go any further here. But it's not moving necessarily, let's say, the quickest, but we bring it up to about 30 miles an hour here. It is going to be putting it in Eagleville here in about 10 to 15 minutes, Versailles in about 20 to 25 minutes, and then maybe Rockville in about 30 minutes. At least the rotation. Now, keep in mind, it's already storming in Eagleville, and it's already storming in some of those towns I just mentioned, but we're talking about just the rotation aspect of it. Again, tracking its way a bit. And I'll tell you what, the latest velocity scan is showing that this thing is still moving pretty good, or is still doing pretty well here. I want to pull up my radar very quickly, just so we can read off those times. And then, Chris, I'll put your radar back up here in just a second. Hold on a quick second here. Make sure I get the right one up. There we go. All right, so some time is here for everyone. Again, Eagleville in about 10 minutes. The rotation itself, about 10 minutes from Eagleville. Versailles, about 20 minutes. Rockvale, about 25 minutes. Crescent, about a half hour away. And then beyond that, we could be looking towards the Murfreesboro area. Again, still a little too far out to really, go much into detail about that aspect. But again, this rotation very well defined here. There's your hook. And really quickly, the correlation coefficients, we can still see that drop off right about there. So again, this thing may still very well be on the ground, just based on some of those scans that we're seeing. Chris, I'm sorry, I put your radar back up there.
This is the third tornado emergency we've had in 3 nights. So, you guys recall that ever being something that you've done?
I mean, I've never heard of it, but I don't know.
I've seen it before, but not I have seen it like once or twice, like a couple times, but not. But I mean, this is not normal to have them that frequent. But then again, this is an active weather, system that we're seeing.
Yeah. That trough was just enormous that came across. It was for 2 days. It's been extending, all the way from the northern plains clear into the Midwest, and on that front, that surface low and the upper low that far apart. That's been kind of an interesting feature that I don't recall something like that for a while myself.
Yeah, and like that one spotter. The one spotter there actually has been moving ever so slightly, actually northeast, but like he's still not out of the clear. Like he needs to get going because he's
into it.
The tornado emergency has been expired. It's been replaced by just a general tornado warning that I was reading off just a little bit ago. It's still a observed tornado.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to update that the emergency itself has been expired, but the warning is still there.
Yeah, and like the warning's still 6:45, but it looks like to me it's headed. It's so far like the rotation part of it is on the southern part of Eagleville.
Yeah, it's south of Eagleville, right over Holt's Corner.
But like you said, Timmy, it's out alone, so this is going to be a threat for a while now because there's nothing that's going to get in the way of the flow of it.
Yeah, as long as it keeps moving, Hey, Mr. Matt.
Yeah, I always disappear somewhere.
How is the void?
Got magic in my sleeves. There's a slaughter man. He just likes to get in front of it.
Yeah, he's literally like he's got about 5 minutes.
I haven't seen a good picture yet. He's working at it.
He's right in the notch. He's right on the edge of the notch.
Well, you gotta be careful around these areas. Those roads aren't straight like the plains. You know, these are
Yeah.
twisty, turny roads. If you ever been down south, and they go through little valleys and everything, and uh, not to mention it's Well, so I don't know if whose radar do we got up? We got
Mine. I think it's mine.
We'll take a look at mine here. So that velocity couplet is still there. Taking a look at this thing, looks like we do still have a debris signature. Going to be right near, coming right up on Greenwood. The moment does seem that the debris signature has gone down just a little bit. But I mean, taking a look at the velocity, there's still something. I mean, it's still there's still a good amount of rotation.
It's still on the ground, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it might have weakened a little bit, but yeah, it is just good, based on the structure of the storm and the environment. It could very well be a long track one. I mean, like I said, uh, this warning itself is in effect for another 25 minutes, which should bring the storm not too far from the Murfreesboro area, the city at least itself. Again, still way too early to go and speculate about that part, but
Yeah, and it actually looks like it would hit the southern part of actually Murfreesboro as of right now, unless it, because I mean, like it actually did decide to take a slight more actually north jog. So if it does that, then it could put it more in the city of Murfreesboro.
I'm looking at it. It does appear that rotation may have gone down a little bit with this thing. Not to say that it might not, it's not still on the ground, but it does appear to have gone down at least a little bit on some of the stuff that I could see.
And it appears the one actual tornado warning is still up there northeast of Nashville, but it doesn't look all too impressive.
Yeah.
I guess the spotter's going to make it out okay.
Well, I mean, if he was was he on the highway there, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
He's moving quick.
Yeah, that's kind of a, Florida moment.
Man, the dew point is 71.6 is what it says on his radar, or like on like his station, at least his radar or his station. That's so high.
How high is it? Over Johnny Carson's?
I don't know, but so actually going back to the radar, if you notice, guys, it's starting to fill in where that notch is.
Yeah.
So Timmy, I think your actual thought of like the actual debris ball being, less and also like the rotation kind of going down is correct.
Well, thank you. Oh, yeah, next radar scan is not too promising if you're that storm.
Still haven't found any pictures or anything.
Well, I'm sure there's bound to be a couple.
Gotta be. There's lots of people around there.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's filling in. The radar's filling in.
Yeah, the latest scan does not look good if you're that storm.
Well, that's good for the Murfreesboro area because that would have been bad if it. But we'll see, what it does. But
Storm thing.
All right. Well, we keep tracking the storm. Now in the Eaglesville area. Again, this has been a large tornado on the ground here for probably, I'm going to say quarter till when we started. So we're at 40 minutes or so here. Large tornado, had a tornado emergency on it at one point, starting to weaken a bit on radar, but again, it's still a dangerous situation. Tornado warning that is now to the south and west of Murfreesboro, moving through Eaglesville.
and it looks to me like the system, like the cell, has picked up a little bit of speed. Or actually, no, it's actually about the same speed. It's moving about 30 miles to the east-northeast. And there is that still like that notch there on the radar, but as we were saying, it's filling in a little bit. But this is like, very deadly, as we've all been saying, so anyone, in this area needs to stay safe and get in a safe area.
Hey, it's raining where that guy is.
You should be able to see it where he's at.
He was being shooted.
In a pretty good spot. Should be able to see it. Anyway, we're popping up here. We're popping this spotter's camera up. I didn't catch his name. Don Murray at Meteo Don. He's trying to get himself a picture there where that signature rotation's at.
$1 million shot. So the warning has since been downgraded to radar indicated. It does appear that rotation has really fallen kind of apart a little bit here. I'll pull up my radar really quickly here. Again, you can see it's really filled in. We just saw a little. We saw new precipitation develop over Versailles. And that really interrupted the entire inflow of that thunderstorm. However, while the rotation has brought it down a little bit, it will be interesting to see if maybe it tries to regroup itself on the southern end here of that storm. So again, the tornado warning is no longer observed. It is just radar indicated. It expires in about 20 minutes. the area of rotation that we were watching has really kind of gone down a little bit. But as I said, I'm very curious to see if we could maybe see that rotation trying to redevelop. So there it was, and we're seeing a little bit of an increase down here now. So we'll kind of keep a little bit of an eye on that here and see if that does anything over some of the next radar scans. But still, the storm does still have rotation in it, and I'm wondering here if this manages to kind of finish getting absorbed into the storm, if we could maybe see it trying to recycle yet again.
Yeah, and also, Timmy, it's also actually important to note is that, as you were saying, on the southern part, kind of near like the Chapel Hill area, there could be, some redevelopment. We'll see how that shapes up.
Yeah. Tornado warning has also been extended going up to the Nashville area. This is going to be for rural areas north of Lebanon here. I'm trying to get a quick town, maybe Carthage area. This is more of a Boeing type of setup, not a supercell type of setup here. Just got this very good dust front coming through. Winds could be upwards of about 60, 65 miles an hour, possibly in parts of that. It could just be a lot of spin up. That is again north of Lebanon, Tennessee. That storm itself is going to be approaching the Carthage area here in just a little bit. But that is the only other tornado warning I believe that we have at the moment. As I do a quick radar scan, we do have one out in Illinois, right near Pinckney again. That is though just radar indicated. I was looking at that a little bit ago. Didn't have the strongest of signatures.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to head out. I'll see you guys.
Good. Thanks, Nick.
See ya.
Okay.
All right, Chris, this is you and I again.
Yep. We'll see how much we can get covered here. So I haven't been watching. I'm going to look back out, see what's going on elsewhere. Let you watch that one.
Oh, I got my eye on it.
We got some up here on back in that Gallatin or to the east and northeast of Nashville. We continue to have a tornado warning in place. They've extended that now for 30 more minutes. It's in tornado warning that includes central Smith County, northeastern Wilson County, southeastern Trousdale County, and middle Tennessee at 7 p.m. till 7 p.m. At 6:27, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Hartsville, moving east at 20. Tornado radar indicated and quarter size hail. So this one's been up here for a while now. Radar indicated tornado in this Hartsville area, Shady Grove, kind of moving to the east southeast here in areas to the north and east or east of Nashville. Is the two that we have out here in Tennessee. I've got all these numerous flood warnings in place all the way from southern Kentucky through Kentucky on the north end and the south end, and then we get into northwestern Tennessee here. Everywhere we've had storms today, they've just kind of been a cluster of them. They keep moving over the same area. So there's significant rain has fallen in most of these areas here this afternoon. So flooding will continue here this evening. If you're out in those communities all the way from Clarksville through Nashville, upwards to Lafayette, and you're in flood warnings, you got Hopkinsville in a flood warning. Then you get up there into Kentucky, you got Morgansville, Hendersonville, Evansville, Owensboro, Elizabethtown, Radcliffe, and all communities there in Kentucky. So flash flood warnings all over the place. And then we've got these two tornado warnings kind of centered down to these two clusters of storms here being the most severe. They've got warnings and thunderstorm warnings on them up there in in the east of Nashville and Lebanon, Hartsville, Gallatin areas. And then we've got this tornado warnings kind of now by itself and that heading towards that Murfreesboro area. Murfreesboro, just to the south of Murfreesboro here in the next 15 minutes or so.
All right, well, and watch that storm coming up on the Murfreesboro area. It looks like the rotation may kind of have increased just a little bit, but still not seeing that definitive signature like what we were seeing just a little bit ago.
Tornado watches do continue for these areas tonight until looks like we've got them going till midnight Central Time. On those, you get the ones down then. There's Texas. Tennessee watch is until 9 p.m. So we're getting towards the latter parts of that one. It started at 2:50 p.m. this afternoon. 9 p.m. For that Northwestern Tennessee watch. Murfreesboro still kind of the same.
Yeah, some of that rotation is seemed to be picking up a little bit. I'm also keeping an eye on an area near Unionville. And it doesn't appear at the moment that there is anything actively on the ground, but the storm may be trying to cycle back up again here now that it's gotten some of that rain, kind of back into the storm now. Instead of right in front of the inflow. So maybe just be trying to restructure itself or trying to reorganize here and maybe trying to cycle up again here in just a little bit. But right now, again, it doesn't appear at the moment that there's anything on the ground, but again, that could change here in, just a little bit.
Okay. And again, we'll just kind of run down this. We've been here all afternoon with severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings. We're kind of winding it down on the latter end of the evening or head towards evening. Seems like the number has decreased. The area is still the same where these rain has fallen and the thunderstorm. Where we got, again, flood warnings up there in areas that include a lot of the Nashville, at least north of Nashville area, Gallatin, Greenfield, Orlando, Clarksville, Hopkinsville, some of your bigger communities along that border. We've got the tornado warnings in the Hartsville area and here in Murfreesboro area. Where these are both radar indicated, showing rotation and significant storms. They got 1-inch hail in them, and again, rotation on radar. So the Weather Service does have tornado warnings.
Not much to add on my end here at the moment. Just keep an eye on that storm coming up on Murfreesboro.
Looks like we got something to the southwest or southeast of St. Louis. Got a tornado warning in St. Louis office. Remains in effect until 7 p.m. for northeastern Randolph County. 6:25 p.m. a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Evansville, moving east at 50 miles per hour. This is radar indicated. So out there to the south and east of St. Louis, we got some severe thunderstorm that does have a warning on it. That is in the Evansville area. You can kind of see radars here quite a ways away. If I can get over to the St. Louis. Where is St. Louis radar?
KLSX. All right, so they issued a new tornado warning, and that's going to be for uh, issued a new tornado warning that is actually going to include Murfreesboro and point southwards, all the way down across most of I-24 until you get down towards the county line. This is radar indicator rotation, but what we're still watching is this area right here. Again, this was part of the area that produced that large tornado earlier. It kind of weakened down a little bit as we saw some rain showers to the south kind of move into that storm. But now that they have been absorbed into the storm, we may be seeing this rotation getting ready to recycle again here. At the moment, it does not appear there is anything on the ground, but this is certainly the area that is to be watched here with the storm. Again, that new tornado warning is in effect for another about 35 minutes. It does include the southern portion of Murfreesboro, all the way out to Bradyville and Readyville, as well as some other little towns around the area. So, that being said, again, nothing active at the moment, but we are watching it very closely here, looking for any little uptick here in this rotation. Again, it's still a rotating thunderstorm. It does have a history of producing what might have been possibly, a decent sized tornado. So earlier on, past around the Holtz Corner area, and back to I-65 here, so right around this area, just a little bit ago. But at the moment here, still looking around, it does not appear, again, that there is anything on the ground at the moment, but again, that could change here very shortly, as we are seeing this storm start to look like it's trying to reorganize itself. Chris?
Yes. Get my radar back up here. So again, this Murfreesboro tornado is just to the south of that. It looks like it could be strengthened a little bit. So again, this storm's been since a quarter till we're going on an hour. At one point, it was in a tornado emergency. It's kind of weakened some as it moved past Eaglesville, and now we're in this Murfreesboro area. Could be showing some signs of intensifying. We still got a tornado warning up in the Hartsville area. In this, I can't read the community, but you're starting to see a little bit of notch and rotation that's forming a little there in that. I can't read the community, but cars in the way. There you go. Is that Carthage? So we've got another 20 minutes on that. Looks like it's in the Carthage, 6:45. So it is in Carthage. Take cover, flying debris, radar indicated rotation. We're looking at that here on the radar.
Was that me you just texted?
Yeah, we got a question that came in. What's the update on the Barons Plains Springfield area? I know you guys were talking about that when I first came on.
Yeah, we haven't seen much on my end yet. I know Nick might have had some stuff on that. It's just been pretty busy. We haven't really had a chance to look through a lot of the damage reports. We haven't really seen many come through. Chris, have you seen any come through on your end, Barren Plains, that area?
No, I haven't. I've been kind of scanning my phone here, and I have not seen anything. I'll kind of go on the.
Yeah, I'm curious about those any damage reports that come out of what we just saw. outside of Columbia. That was a pretty decent signature there for a little while. And again, the storm is still rotating. The one just south of Murfreesboro, but it does not look like it's going to pass over Murfreesboro. It's going to stay south of it, but that rotation is still there.
So looking at other areas across the country, we got the Illinois. Looks like that tornado warning has expanded to includes Pinckneyville up there in Illinois. So that's to the south and east of St. Louis. There's a radar indicated tornado in that Pinckneyville area. That one is continuing to take an eastward course in those areas. So if you're up there in Pinckneyville, take cover. It's a tornado warning for your area in southwestern Illinois.
Yeah, certainly a very, very active day across parts of the South. And that goes without saying. I get some hail reports out of the Murfreesboro area. Compared to what we have been seeing today, not very big. Just pea-sized hail, upwards of about dime, and maybe some penny-sized hail in there. But that's it so far from the Murfreesboro area. And Chris, like I said, we're still looking at this rotation on that storm. Again, the rotation itself is going to be staying way south of Murfreesboro. It's going to be more so along the county line here, north of Fosterville, right over Christiana. And again, it does not appear there is anything on the ground at the moment, but that storm is still rotating. And based on what we saw, and actually before you even joined in, Chris, this storm was rotating for quite a while. We were watching it. It's been warned for probably getting now close to 2 hours. So this storm certainly has rotation with it. We did see it manage to get that rotation down to the surface at one point. It seems to have nothing's on the ground right now anymore, but that rotation is still in there south of Murfreesboro with that storm. The question is, though, is it going to continue?
So, yeah, you can see it there now as it's crossing or nearing the Interstate 76 there. Again, we don't know if it's probably not on the ground, but there is this rotation, slight rotation in that, little bit of a notch there. And again, this has a history of tornadic activity with it.
Someone's dog's barking.
Yeah, my neighbor's dog is going crazy.
Oh, neighbors' dogs. Those are never fun.
And my dog's out there egging it on.
That's why I stick with cats and raccoons. I don't got to worry about them barking.
Your raccoon probably makes all the dogs bark, though.
No. She doesn't like to go outside. So I'm not sure. The previous one I had was a little bit more of an outdoorsy one, but she had to encounter dogs. But yeah, so they did actually extend the tornado warning south of not the big one that we've been watching, the other one coming up on Gordonsville. This is east of Nashville by a little bit here. Again, radar indicator rotation. That does appear to be kind of increasing a little bit there, so we'll keep a little bit of an eye on that as it comes up on Carthage and South Carthage, as well as potentially the Gordonsville area. Again, that's that part. That's more of a kind of a Boeing segment of that storm there. So You can see it there kind of on the radar, that section pushing its way out. There is a little bit of a rotation notch in there right near Carthage. Kind of tracking a bit to the south and to the east there, so kind of we'll keep a little bit of an eye on that. Again, this is just a radar indicated trend or warning that is in effect there. As for our other guy near Murfreesboro, it is still rotating, but again, it just doesn't have that level right now at the moment. It doesn't appear that we're not seeing that indicator that there's anything on the ground. I'm not sure if you saw Chris or not, but there is a new tornado warning south of Campbellsville, Kentucky. Again, just a little bit of rotation there of that storm. That also includes the Russell Springs, Kentucky. That warning goes for another 30 minutes. And then just kind of some steady rain across parts of Kentucky. Pinckneyville is also under a tornado warning. I think you talked about that just a little bit ago. Looking at it right now, it does appear that there is some rotation, but it doesn't appear at the moment that there's anything that would be on the ground, but we'll certainly keep an eye on that, as that area has seen quite a bit of activity through the day today. Tornado watch is now in effect that includes Central Texas, Dallas, Waco, and the north suburbs of Austin, Texas, including Round Rock, but it does not include Austin, Texas itself. This tornado watch is going to be in effect for another 3 hours or so, and again, it goes all the way down into Texas. There, I believe this watch might have actually been up for a little while here. Yeah, it's been up for a little while, but I just wanted to make sure that remember that watch was still there. We're not seeing any activity in that watch right now.
Okay, so if you look here on this radar, we got lots of rain away from Louisville,
Yep,
down
lots
to
of rain.
Nashville. Flood warnings in place, covering lots of areas in the Kentucky, Tennessee area. And then we had activity up there in Illinois throughout the day. This kind of the area that was highlighted this morning to be where the severe weather was focused, and they have pretty much severe weather all week. We've been talking every day on here since we started this week, and looks like next week could be just as active. So we'll continue to do this severe weather coverage with our team of meteorologists, and as we get more and more of this, we're on our Weather Valet phone app. You see us kind of bouncing around and that, getting our messages in, and we're sending back that out to you real time. So if you want to get access to live meteorologists doing live weather forecasting, America's Weather Streaming Weather Valet phone app is just the thing you need. It's good for businesses. Other than that, you could communicate with us, and it's just $1 a day for an individual to have access to it, and something that a lot of us meteorologists are really keen on our regional areas, and then we jump on and help the guys as we get into their area. We can have live and get this out here on our YouTube and Facebook page. So follow us, like us, subscribe, sign up register for Weather Valet. Go to weathervalet.com, and we'd like to communicate with and educate and learn, keep people safe, and forecast the weather the way weather. We again looks like here we got 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado areas. One in the Campbellsville area up north in Kentucky. We've got the one that was in the Clarendon area east. One has continued. The one in the
Murfreesboro area that we are watching.
All those areas are. What's that?
Sorry, go ahead.
Murfreesboro?
Yes, Murfreesboro.
Oh, which one are you looking at? This one?
No, nothing. Nothing. No, please go on.
Again, zooming out here. Big area rain. They're inside there. Flood warnings. I think we've mentioned those several times here. Lots of flooding. You're out and about, ponding water. News. It's not a good evening to be out there even traveling with all this severe weather. Let it pass. Tornado watches in effect until 9 areas, later in others. We've got new stuff out there in Texas, Arklatex region. So we got large area that continues to be under severe weather and watches here this evening. Just keep doing our coverage, and if you follow us, and make sure you subscribe to your state's Facebook page. Follow, click like, My Weather Now videos, and join America Weather.
That's right. Well, that's going to do it for me on my end. I'll jump back in if any of this rotation decides it wants to revamp itself. But Chris, I guess I'll let you maybe handle it here for just a little bit. But it does appear the activity is kind of tapering down a little bit, though we still have some storms firing up in some areas. I'm going to keep an eye on that too. And I'll jump back in. But I'll leave you in control, Chris.
All right, Timmy. So kind of like Timmy said here, we've kind of been here all afternoon with this coverage, kind of winding down. We're just kind of focusing in this area that, this is where we've been all day, or all since the middle afternoon to now. These storms are continuing. They have the numbers kind of decreased, the areas, the number of tornado warnings. We've kind of been focusing in on this one in the Murfreesboro area that started Chapel Hill area earlier this afternoon. And again, we're getting towards the end of our coverage here. I'm going to go here for another 5 minutes or so, but just want to, let everybody know that we've been doing this live coverage now here for this our first season, and it's been lots of activity. We've planes have seen lots of hail. We've been catastrophic, dangerous tornado situations here all week, and it's been an active season. It does look like that will continue. We've seen hail. I mean, actually, it really had started. I think Timmy and them were doing late February, early March storms all the way north into Chicago area in Minnesota. You don't typically see severe storms that time of year. We did one. I was doing one in Kansas where we had a blizzard warning and a tornado warning at the same time in the same coverage area, which was quite interesting to be doing falling temperatures and tornado warning, below zero blizzard conditions with wind and snow and a tornado at the same time. So quite an interesting year. It looks like it will continue, and we would love to have people following us here live and just listening to our different meteorologists from different parts of the country talk about what they do and where. And a lot of us are students. Some of us have been doing this a while in radio and television and storm chasing. So we've got diverse background, can give diverse perspective. Some of us are educators as well and can bring that educational component, talk about the textbooks and the stuff that the scientific side of all of our equations and models and all the data that we go through. And you probably notice that we're, all of us are flipping through our different radars and talking about the severe weather and which one means what. And what part of this is educating. And again, we're going to wrap it up here this evening at 7. We got tornado watches that do cover a good chunk of the south area, south of, looks like we got some video up there of the storms, but watches do cover parts of Texas that do include the Austin area through eastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas. We've got southern Missouri under watches here this evening, all the way southern Illinois, stuff we're doing in Kentucky and Tennessee, and we're stretching all the way down to northern Georgia and Alabama. So tornado watches are in place. Conditions are conducive here at least through 9 and 11 p.m. So listen to your weather radio, stay prepared. And again, it was a pleasure doing the coverage with everyone today. And tune in, watch our Facebook pages, and we'll be tuning in and letting folks know when we'll be back on here live with the next storms. It'll probably be next week. Could be even the weekend. I think there was some indication that maybe we start seeing some severe weather again Sunday, maybe as late as Saturday. I saw some discussion on that. So it's a ways out there. So, but next week we'll probably be right back and doing this live coverage of severe storms across the plains and the southeast and Midwest. Again, I'm meteorologist Chris Schromick with America's Weather Streaming Channel. You're going to kind of sign off here this evening. We'll leave some of this footage up there, and been a pleasure.